Day 11. I didn't think I would make it to the grounds today, but I'm really glad I pushed through. By the time I arrived, it was 87 degrees Fahrenheit and breezy. Really ideal considering the circumstances. I walked around the grounds, watching some tennis on the outside courts, and caught a bit of Sabalenka's practice before her semifinal match. Then it was time to return to Arthur Ashe Sweatbox Chamber for the two women's semifinals. First up was Coco Gauff and Karolina Mucha. I haven't seen Coco play in person this tournament, so I was interested to see how she was compared to the City Open final. The smile and joy were not apparent, but there was a focus and determination I saw in her play, even when the tennis was not great. After winning the first set, things seemed to look good until the unexpected happened. In the lodge section, there was an end fossil fuel protest, a peaceful protest where one of the protesters glued his feet to the ground. I don't think the Open was quite ready for this, as it took almost an hour before play resumed. The match continued, and Mucha attempted to make a comeback in the second set. Mucha didn't play her best. Was it the occasion or her arm, which was wrapped in a sleeve? Not sure, but I haven't seen her play this badly all tournament. Coco Gauff battled on to win and is now a US Open finalist. If you thought that was the highlight of the night, Madison Keys and Aryna Sabalenka would like you to hold their beers. Madison launched into this match like a rocket. Day 11. I didn't think I would make it to the grounds today, but I'm really glad I pushed through. By the time I arrived, it was 87 degrees Fahrenheit and breezy. Really ideal considering the circumstances. I walked around the grounds, watching some tennis on the outside courts, and caught a bit of Sabalenka's practice before her semifinal match. Then it was time to return to Arthur Ashe Sweatbox Chamber for the two women's semifinals. First up was Coco Gauff and Karolina Mucha. I haven't seen Coco play in person this tournament, so I was interested to see how she was compared to the City Open final. The smile and joy were not apparent, but there was a focus and determination I saw in her play, even when the tennis was not great. After winning the first set, things seemed to look good until the unexpected happened. In the lodge section, there was an end fossil fuel protest, a peaceful protest where one of the protesters glued his feet to the ground. I don't think the Open was quite ready for this, as it took almost an hour before play resumed. The match continued, and Mucha attempted to make a comeback in the second set. Mucha didn't play her best. Was it the occasion or her arm, which was wrapped in a sleeve? Not sure, but I haven't seen her play this badly all tournament. Coco Gauff battled on to win and is now a US Open finalist. If you thought that was the highlight of the night, Madison Keys and Aryna Sabalenka would like you to hold their beers. Madison launched into this match like a rocket, and before you knew it, had won the first set 6-love. Aryna was frustrated, stomping her feet and yelling at her box. She was down 6-love, 5-3, with Madison serving for the match and a place in the finals. And that's when the comeback started. Watching Sabalenka fight back from that position was quite the sight. It wasn't clean It wasn't polished. It was a gritty, emotional roller coaster with flashes of brilliance and pops of frustration. Madison Keys had a medical timeout between the second and third sets, which seemed to affect her as the match dragged on. But she fought through to the end to take it to a deciding tiebreak. The most levity from the night came when Arena forgot it was a 10-point tiebreak, but she came through grit, sweat, and tears to conquer another semifinal and enter his second Grand Slam final this year.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Play.
You are muted.
Damien, how are you?
Hello. Actually, I mean, I am just dead tired today, so I would not mind an early finish. Thankfully, this is
Yeah.
the last night of the US Open where we actually have to stay up for anything.
Yeah.
Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, it's just gonna be like early, let's say 1 a.m. finishes, maybe 2 a.m. finishes where we are. Well, actually, for you, I guess right now it's an hour difference, but still. And yeah, I am mostly wanting this to finish quite soon. There is a chance. There is a chance for this, of course. And yeah, I guess that's what I'll be rooting for.
So basically, whoever gets the first break gets your support.
Absolutely. Whoever gets the first game, you know.
I spoke to David Samuel primarily about Ben Shelton and the first semi-final earlier today, but he did posit that he can imagine a couple of scenarios. One is that Alcaraz gets this done in straights. Another one is that Medvedev gets it done in five. And of course, you could say, well, there's only like 3 or 4 different scenarios, and he's chosen 2 of them. But I kind of understood his logic. I don't see a Medvedev in straight sets. So really, if you are seeking an early night, then if Alcaraz gets that first break, then that's the way you need to lean.
Yeah, you guys are already making me laugh in the chat. Uh, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not enthusiastic about it right now. However, yeah, I feel like the only chance for Medvedev realistically is like if Alcaraz has a bad day at the office. You know, he comes out, there's no rhythm, there's no good timing. He sort of starts questioning his judgment, he starts questioning his shot selection. And that's when maybe you can have some sort of a chance, Daniil. It sounds weird to say this about a player who's like by far the third best player in the world right now, especially on hard courts. However, it really looks like this, you know. The last 2 matches that Medvedev and Alcaraz played against each other, Indian Wells, Wimbledon, Carlos just so swiftly taking advantage of how defensive Medvedev can get with his not only return positioning but also in the rallies. And it's just been hard for Medvedev to make adjustments. He's not really an adjustments type of guy, or at least he is a decent problem solver, but there are a certain few main rules to his tennis that he's not willing to change, you know. And against Alcaraz, I feel like exactly these boundaries that he's not willing to cross, these actually hurt him. And we'll see if he manages to bring out something different every time. But I'm not feeling confident this time. But I'm not feeling confident that he will. And in such case, yeah, other than maybe Alcaraz just starting maybe a bit tight and then questioning his own ideas, questioning his own shot selection. Otherwise, it's pretty hard to find a way to victory for Medvedev. It seems like the night match as well is eliminating any like physical advantage that he could probably have, but would he? It's also debatable.
It's also, yeah, I mean, in terms of Alcaraz, he's not had that much of an arduous route. Of course, his most recent match was a straight sets win over Alexander Zverev. What did you make of the first semi-final? Did it go as you probably expected?
I think so. This was yeah, sorry, again laughing at the chat, but yeah, I think this was pretty much as good an experience as Shelton could have gotten out of this. You know, near the business end of the match, near the end of the third set, he started playing a lot smarter. You could see that there's still a lot of refinement that he needs to do in his game. You know, he's still super raw, which then again, yeah, what do you think about the guy who's extremely raw and then makes a Grand Slam semifinal, right? I mean, you have to think that he has incredible potential. And yeah, excited to see what he does with it. I think this was really a great opportunity for him to just catch one of the big three. Well, the only one of the big three that he's probably going to play. And
Maybe, yeah.
yeah, I think this was just a great opportunity that he's going to learn from. And that's how he looked as well. After the first two sets, starting to play with a bit more margin, realizing that
Hmm.
Djokovic is not exactly at his best possible moment in that deep end of the third set, giving him just a lot more opportunity to miss, more height on the ball, sort of throw off the timing a bit. Yeah, it was definitely a good sign for the American, and yeah, it would have been great for him to take a set, great for the U.S. Open crowd too, but I think it really went about as well as expected.
I think a good, maybe I'm being a bit premature here, but a sign for the rest of the tour, and when I say the rest of the tour, I mean the top three players aside, Novak being one, Daniil Medvedev and Alcaraz being sort of two and three, or the other two protagonists in this, because I don't think Medvedev and Alcaraz need to really learn too much in terms of their ways of beating Novak Djokovic, but pretty much the rest of the tour do. And the two most recent matches, but possibly Novak in the last few weeks, has shown that actually the rally tolerance, the thing that we just kind of tear our hair out at when we see Casper Ruud just engaging in lengthy rallies, or perhaps Tommy Paul at the beginning of the year, and you're just like, you've got to do something different here. Actually, both of those two players probably pulled the trigger a little bit too early, too often in those two matches. And actually, today there was a stat at one point during the third set that I think the longer rallies that Ben Shelton was actually winning like maybe 60-70% of those, which is kind of different, kind of unusual, and also makes it a little bit more frustrating that perhaps one or both players were, well, Taylor Fritz in particular was so inept as the rallies went on.
Yeah, I mean, it was only the third set, really. So I think that that's also attributed to the deep that Novak had. Generally speaking, everyone feels like they need to like press against him. They need to do something extra, do something special, which in a way is true. Taylor Fritz was just so incredibly one-dimensional in that match, and I mean, not only in that match, I guess, but usually it just doesn't come out this much. And Shelton, yeah, I think he had a much better chance. The same way, Borna Goyo even had a much better chance. More
Yeah.
unpredictability, ability to actually make Novak uncomfortable, which Fritz had none of. And yeah, the third set, I still maybe attribute this more to the dip that Novak had, but at the same time, of course, Sheldon playing quite smart to actually take advantage of that. And by the
Yeah.
way, I have to say that I was probably ahead of Robert Lewandowski in terms of the race for the most famous pole ever. However, yesterday there was this match with Faroe Islands where Lewandowski scored two goals and saved us from a very disappointing
Oh,
draw. So
wow.
I think that's why Lewandowski is probably a touch more famous than me right now.
Is somebody mentioned Lewandowski in the chat? Because I didn't see that.
Hmm.
Okay.
Our
Wow. So
friend
hang on a second.
Keen,
Let me
our
get let
friend
me get this.
Keen, who
You were 2-0 down to the Faroe Islands? Is that right?
no, 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 he saved us from a very disappointing draw. As
Okay, so
in,
it's
it
2-2.
was no, it was 0-0, and he scored two
Okay.
goals. So
Okay.
he saved us from the draw.
Disappointing. I would more go towards humiliating, Damien.
Yeah, I agree, and especially the style of it. From what I read, I did not actually watch it, and
There are
yeah.
pub
Mhm.
teams. There are pub teams like the Dog and Duck in the UK, in North Norfolk. I think they'd have a good chance against the Faroe Islands.
I just
I
got a
don't know if
wedding
pub
invitation
teams
from
do they.
from
I don't know if
Nurlan.
pub teams exist in Poland, but it's a common thing in the UK for pubs to play football on a Sunday morning. Of course, there are some vomiting moments and various colourful moments during these pub teams turning up on the grass of various parts of the UK to play football. Bearing in mind it's a Sunday morning and the condition of which most people that go to a pub are in. Sometimes my father once played in goal, for example, and he had some cans of Fosters in the net. I don't know if either of these two players actually have any Cancer Fosters in their bags, but we are about to begin with Carlos Alcaraz. It seems to serve first.
and he wins the first point. Medvedev doing what I suggested that maybe he should do on the Carlos serve, which is not change his return position, but just go nuts on it. And he did go nuts on it, but it went about 20 meters out.
That went in a very different direction to what I expected.
I brought it back.
Yeah, that's what we do here, I suppose. The Night Watch is back again for the last time, and
can you guess what I'm drinking?
There is one guess that I probably would have to name, but because you asked, it's probably not beer, but still, that's gonna be my guess.
No, look. Can you see? Can you see what I'm putting?
Okay, it's blackish.
But it's
no, it's not Coca-Cola. There's no way it's Coca-Cola.
It's Friday night.
It's whiskey, whatever. Oh.
Yeah, it's a bit deceptive. The camera doesn't show it too well. It's actually red wine. But you're right, it does have a dark color. Similar to sort of the color of half of Daniil Medvedev's jersey. I mean, jersey, by the way, is very much an English thing to describe a football shirt. Sort of olden days. It's anything but that. Of course, I hope it's a lot thinner than most jerseys. Carlos Alcaraz, unfortunately, I guess due to contractual situations, has to come on and off court wearing a hoodie, which, bearing in mind how hot it has been in and around New York recently, must be pretty uncomfortable. But there we go. 30-15 anyway. Daniil Medvedev at least has a point on the Carlos serve. Carlos has not yet served and volleyed. So that's kind of interesting. I guess he probably doesn't want to do it all the time. Carlos being made to run.
It's not like he was doing it, 20 or 30. I'm sorry. It's not like he was doing it 50 times at Wimbledon or at Indian Wells. It's just that it was like a 90% strategy on the 20 points that he managed to do that
at. I know people are saying, "Oh, don't," and you're one of them. I think don't worry about the hamstring and the strapping, but I don't know.
I'm not saying don't worry. I'm saying, I mean, let's not worry about this for now, because everyone is struggling with something. Like, this is a fake. This is a made up issue, honestly. Like, there's been no indication that this is hampering him in any way.
Something about Medvedev getting disqualified versus Daniel Young. Don Young. I do vaguely remember that. I didn't know his opponent was Donald Young. But I do remember
Medvedev against Donald Young. That must have been a while ago.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think about 5 years ago when he got disqualified.
Oh,
yeah. You don't remember that, Damien?
indeed.
Because I think I do.
I mean, I just remembered that. Yeah, I did not remember that initially, but yeah, now that you mention it. But to be honest with you, I don't think I actually knew of that. I think I learned of that like a few months ago when I started reading some stupid article about like 5 times players got disqualified or something like that, and Daniil Medvedev wasn't that. And I absolutely forgot about that time that he was in an American Challenger. Must have been a lot longer than 5 years ago, actually.
When it happened, I wasn't aware, but I do remember it getting brought up a year later when he started tearing, or whenever it was, a couple of years when he was tearing up the ATP tour, and it was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, because that was when he said something along the lines of, "I'm sure you're friends," to the umpire, right? Sort of suggesting that Young and the umpire have a connection based on the race. Well, I don't think that's exactly what Medvedev meant. At least that's how it got.
Yeah, I mean, that to me, without knowing details, etc., of the nationality. Well, even if you did tell me their nationalities, all I'm thinking is it just means that the umpire's in your pocket.
Yeah, which is also like defaultable, right? Or at least warning.
Yeah, I mean, to suggest that he's corrupt, yeah, definitely. By the way, a sensational point there. Medvedev didn't do much wrong on that backhand passing shot. I mean, he did as much as he could, but that volley from Alcaraz could not have been placed any better.
And by the way, on that 30-30 point in the last game, you also had the first instance of Alcaraz serving volleying out wide. It's just that Medvedev didn't make the return.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's an occasional tactic, but Alcaraz goes long on the forehand. I don't know, there's something about me that does feel as though this could be a little bit tighter than the previous encounter.
Yes, Donald Young is fantastic, especially now. At the beginning of his career, when he was like a huge junior prospect, I did not enjoy him, but right now he is fabulous to watch. I hope that they keep giving him wildcards every single time to Atlanta, to why just Atlanta? Let's give him one to Cincinnati main draw. Let's give him one to US Open main draw.
Oh, that nearly went over the net there from Alcaraz. 30-15. Medi in for a long ride, wins Stampen. Speculates indeed it could well be the case. Please, if you are tuning in, hit that like button. And of course, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. I don't know if is it Chan or Keen? Do you know how to say
Keen,
this name?
we recently had this conversation on the
did,
show, and it was Keen. Yeah,
Keen.
that's when I learned that myself too.
I don't know. Yeah, true. Yeah, Keen did actually. I remember him elaborating on it, suggesting that he's now playing pickleball. I don't know if that's the case or not, or if it's just a joke. Double fault there, I think it was from Medvedev, right?
I don't think so, but it is a double fault, but I don't think. No, it's not a double fault actually. I also thought so. He is playing pickleball. Oh, Donald Young. Okay, yeah.
Now it's a double fault. Yeah.
I thought that you were suggesting that.
Oh, it's an ace. Sorry, it's an ace. My bad.
What are you doing, John?
Don't
Stop
know.
messing with my.
Keen, by the way, is very insistent on this pickleball scenario.
Donald Young, not Keen.
Yeah,
okay.
Donald Young.
Because I initially understood you as as if you said that Keen was gonna play pickleball.
Oh no.
And
Sam Querrey apparently
not?
too.
Yeah, Sam Querrey has been doing that for.
You mean me playing to or you? No, Sam Querrey and Donald Young.
Never mind. Just stop pickleball. That's my campaign. End pickleball.
Yeah. Forehand return from Carlos lands out, so we're now at advantage Medvedev. He did get it to deuce. So we had another straight sets win earlier on today. It's been, I kept saying that maybe the semi-finals have to come alive. Well, I guess the Madison Keys Sabalenka did deliver in many respects. But probably it's the only match in recent memory that has. I saw some people in the chat during the previous match clutching at straws regarding the first week. But I think you could probably count on one hand the amount of memorable moments or matches in that first week. Ghosty wanted to know the opinion of the guys earlier of Molchan, and I knew. Oh, no, I know that the other guys don't know about his Molchan Dimitrov loving. Yeah, Ghosty, I actually kind of agree with this last comment about tennis maybe just neglect or not. Tennis messed up. In that it's just neglected people for too long and tried to milk a cow from the top of the tree. Anyway, whatever. That's maybe do it for another time. Lovely forehand winner there from Carlitos. We are at deuce. If we have two sensational finals, by the way, which isn't beyond the realms of possibility, does that save the US Open? I think it might do.
Yeah.
When I say save the US Open, I'm just saying that just for us, you and I, to have a look back on this tournament going, well, it was a bit of a dud, which was Ghosty used earlier, but the finals were amazing. And then that kind of sort of makes up for it on the singles.
Defending Balázs, Ghosty? I mean, I was defending himself. Well, sorry. I was defending him for using the protected ranking and saying that he's not abusing the system, but he is watching him is an awful experience at the moment. So I think I was a lot more indifferent on that.
Double fault from Medvedev, and we're back at deuce. question from Keen about clay courts in the UK. My tennis playing days, in fact, no, entirely really have been outside of the UK. It's the number one sort of court in Germany. Very rarely will you find courts of a different nature outside. Indoors in Germany, carpet is kind of the way, which probably explains. In fact, Michael Stick said to me earlier on this year that he suggested that because of the carpet courts, it might be one of the reasons why Germans tend to do well on grass, or at least that's why he and Boris were quite good at them. Of course, carpet courts no longer used on the main tour. Medvedev does hold serve, and we're at 1-1. But I'm aware of some clay courts, but I think a lot of British people tend to, if there is a club with clay courts, they tend to err slightly more towards the hard court. Yeah.
I mean, Ghosty, I'm blaming the tournaments, not Donald Young. I'm blaming the people who offer him the wildcards, not him for taking them, which obviously I would do as well if I were him. What could we do to get mixed doubles? What could we do to get mixed doubles taken more seriously? Get more money in it, but I don't know if it's really worth it. I think it works fine as like a fun event for the players to just have some sort of maybe like a warm up. Don't treat it too seriously, and just show up and have fun with their partner at the slams. Why not?
Even by Carlos's standards, that drop shot was sublime.
15 and there's also the first question from Nurlan, which is as usual numbered. And it's at their absolute peaks. Who should have higher ranking number, Keys or Ostapenko?
Ostapenko.
And I'm gonna say Keys.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, if we're counting the ranking as in, based on 52 weeks, I would say that Keys has a much more repeatable playstyle. Obviously, the career high of Ostapenko is much higher with the 2,000 points from Roland Garros 2017. But without that, it would probably be fairly similar.
Yeah, but I'm interpreting it as in at their absolute peaks, and that means, if Ostapenko is maintaining her peak for 52 weeks of the year, where does that rank compared to Madison Keys?
Then probably higher, yes.
I
would agree with that.
Rightly or wrongly. Alcaraz has 40 love on his own serve. As a slice here from Carlitos. Another slice from Carlos. Forehand from Medvedev puts Carlos in a bit of trouble, but he's defended quite well. He's defending again, but not well enough on this occasion because he nets 40-15.
All right, time to actually start thinking about the match instead of
Nurlan followed me on Twitter today.
Congrats, John.
Yeah, I thought it was a big moment for celebration. In fact, that's why I opened the bottle of wine.
Yeah, that's a great point from Alcaraz to go 2-1 up as well. Very aggressive, taking the ball early. It looked like that scenario that I was talking about earlier, where maybe Carlos comes out and is like a little tight, cannot find his rhythm. Looks like that scenario is not happening today. We should bring back carpet events. Everything's getting slower, guys. Be nice for a change. For one thing, I kind of agree with you. I like aggressive tennis. I like playing aggressive tennis as well, but that Ismaning Challenger, right? And by the end of the week, everyone is just everyone's just dying of boredom. I feel like
there's a challenger on carpet.
Yeah, still just one. Before the pandemic, we used to have Ismaning, a Kental, and something in Taiwan. Kental stopped organizing the challenger last year, I think, maybe, and now it's only Ismaning on the orange carpet in around Munich. I want to go there this year, and I think that it's going to be fine as some sort of variety and something new. But I also think there will be some extremely boring moments on the stream. Everyone is complaining about it by the time we reach Friday, Saturday.
Guys in the chat, what do we think about the new makeup for the scoreboard above our heads? Do we prefer the old style with Damien and I, for example, and the
I didn't even realize. Like, what's the change?
Just that we're below the scoreboard now.
Just that we're not sideways. And okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't look so good when you do this, when you show a comment like that. It sort of covers up. But actually, I think I can fix that as well. I can push us a little bit up, so there's a bit of a gap at the bottom potentially. But I'll do that for tomorrow. Oh, Ben Stiller being interviewed by Alex Correcha. No idea what he's got to say, but maybe he's missing Nick Kyrgios.
Who was that interviewed? Ben Stiller? Or?
Ben Stiller by
Ben Stiller.
Correcha.
Okay.
It's insane. She's so poised, so mature, and to watch
Coco
her
Gauff
just develop and
talking
get
about
to this point so quickly, it's incredible.
Yeah, I figured it out.
Thank you so much for your time. All the best.
Okay.
Thank you.
They had to cut him off.
Just caught the tail end of it because we're back to the Alcaraz match 1-2 here.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny that you can just go to this sort of an event as a celebrity and then suddenly you're an expert on tennis. Obviously, Ben Stiller has been going to tennis events for years, I know,
but yes, I know what you mean. There was an Australian guy, an actor. I think their name began with J, but I never seen them in my life. And he was being interviewed before the women's semi-finals, but he was coming across okay. Yeah, he sort of knew his stuff quite well, and maybe Eurosport did their homework with him, but I just don't know who it was, to be honest. Alcaraz is love 15 on the Medvedev serve here. He goes big on that forehand down the line, but it goes into the net.
Banned, I don't know, Keen, if there was something like that, but actually it was Poland that you're referring to, I think. We made the courts too speedy at the Davis Cup match against Argentina. We still lost it indoor hard. And then we got a huge punishment in terms of the ranking. And that's why we are now playing Barbados. Because like essentially that's really why that happened. Because when Piqué did that Davis Cup reform, they only based like where the teams would land on the ranking. And we were very low in that because we had that ranking punishment for speeding up the courts too much. And yeah, that's why we are still struggling to get out of Davis Cup World Group 2. Obviously, we're not going to lose to Barbados, but even if Darian King somehow pulls off 2 magical wins.
We are almost at 20 minutes for the match, and Ghosty has yet to mention Daniil Medvedev's socks. So I'm still waiting for that to come up. We're on the forehand of each player now. Medvedev smartly moves Carlos around. Now they're exchanging backhands. Now it's Medvedev going for a very, very bad either shot selection or execution. Certainly the execution was pretty horrible. And even the decision, bearing in mind Carlos was deep, but he was center court ready to do whatever. He had so much time to wait to see what Medvedev was going to do that I actually think the decision was bad anyway. So even if it was unbelievably executed, Alcaraz would have called it down. But anyway, there we go. That's how it goes. 15-40.
That was unconventional, yeah. Does
Unconventional.
Does Jules Niemeyer have a top 20 potential?
I said no immediately.
If she got there and for like a brief period of time, why not? No, she has an extremely high peak. She has an extremely high peak. I don't think it's just grass. I think it's basically all courts. It's actually so ridiculous that she hasn't been performing better. She has this one.
I think I know where Nerlan is, by the way.
A year.
I think I know Nerlan's country.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know which country he's located in. I mean, he's got a flag in his Twitter profile, or on his Twitter profile.
And what's the flag?
Turkish.
Ooh.
Yeah. Whether that's his nationality or his residence, I don't know, but that's the flag that he's gone for on his profile. I mean, maybe he just put that there to throw me off. I mean, maybe he's in Argentina, but he's just like
he could have just introduced it there because we were talking about trying to guess his nationality.
He might have put it there a few days ago. Yeah.
Yeah, Medvedev got himself into trouble, but he actually saved himself very nicely too. And that flat backhand now was quite excellent too.
Yeah, nice flat down the line. Very low bounce there that not even Carlos could get to. He's smiling either way. We're at 2-all. The cakewalk that we predicted for Novak unsurprisingly occurred, really.
Jere 2 sets. I mean, that's not something we did. That's not something we predicted. There's the serve and volleying out wide you were dying to see. 7 out of 7 at the net, Alcaraz already. And again, it's kind of like what is Medvedev supposed to do against a play like this? Carlos had so much time. Obviously, sometimes against other players, he would also have so much time. It just wouldn't be as repeatable. Yeah, you were talking about Djokovic. Jere taking 2 sets of him. Does that still qualify as a cakewalk? I guess a cakewalk with one surprisingly tough round, even if Jere was nowhere close to winning either of the next 3
Sinner-esque. I mean, Sinner-esque from 2022 Wimbledon. In that it was just sort of never really in doubt.
Yeah, more issues with Medvedev standing 4 meters behind the court. He actually recovered pretty well and still made Alcaraz hit this pretty tough half volley. But yeah, again, he had to start this sprint like 4 meters behind the base, and it just wasn't good enough eventually. And we have another serve and volley out wide, and then it's just absolutely impossible for Medvedev to win this point. I don't even know what to say here. Everyone should be doing this. Why is everyone not doing this? I mean, I remember at Wimbledon maybe, or maybe about the match at Indian Wells. I think after the match at Wimbledon, I was talking with someone here on Talking Tennis, that basically not everyone maybe can replicate that, because you have to be just extremely good on the first volley after the serve, because the ball coming at you is pretty heavy. In this particular game, it wasn't really the case. Like the returns were so tame that everyone would have just punished them instantly. So I don't know, 3-2. You would still think that Alcaraz has a big edge in this matchup so far. He just hasn't been able to capitalize on the opportunity that he had in the fourth game. Yeah.
If the match continues like this, and the first 5 games have gone like Wimbledon / Indian Wells, whether we have an advantage either way on the scoreboard or not in terms of a break, it has began that way. That doesn't mean it's going to continue, and it doesn't mean that Medvedev is going to pull off a fantastic result tonight. But right now, if this set continues in this vein, it feels more like when rather than if Alcaraz breaks. But who knows?
Oh, and Freddie Mercury is in the stadium. It's actually just Rami Malek, but he could probably make the
who is rather so somebody who looks like Freddie Mercury, but who is it?
No, I mean Rami Malek, the guy who played him in the
the film, yeah.
And also Keen, Bopana getting 43. I'm actually surprised that's the record. In doubles, I felt like it might be older. Didn't Navratilova win a mixed doubles slam when she was 50? With
Did she really?
One of the Bryan brothers? Yeah, 2006 US Open, if memory serves right. Yeah, she was 50. She was 50 when she won the 2006 US Open, and also 47 when she won Wimbledon 2003 with Leandro Pace. But I don't know, maybe mixed doubles is different, but it felt to me like the record would probably be a bit older. However, I guess you can kind of see that with the fact that Matsui is the highest, the oldest ranked player right now, and he's 45, right? So if the oldest ranked player is 45, then it would make sense that no one aged 43 is winning slams. Yeah, Bopana beat the. I mean, not winning slams, but making the final, I guess. What makes the world go round? Love, I guess.
Good defense there from Medvedev, but in the end, it didn't mean anything. I mean, it's really good how he got the racket on that, and it landed quite close to the line, but there's only so many balls you can continue to put back in play. 15 all. Medi down the tee, catches Alcaraz out, 30-15.
Yeah, that's what we are assuming at Wimbledon too, right? That maybe grass is going to be nice there for Medvedev because his serve is going to be a huge factor. And it's at some point it really wasn't. There was definitely like, I can't remember if it was sets 2 or 3. Well, set 3, I guess, was the one where Alcaraz got like really loose and started losing some games because of that. But maybe it was set 2 where Alcaraz was just able to play like +1 return aggression on every single time, and yeah, the serve of Medvedev was not giving him any edge in that one. So possibly that's something that he really needs in this matchup too.
Okay. Again, Damien there, sorry, Nurlan going for the Istanbul thing. Again, suggesting he is indeed in Turkey. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what quantify? You can't quantify rich history, can you? I mean, some dude in a village in northern Macedonia might say, "My village has got rich history, mate," and you go, "Yeah, all right, fair enough." The first beer ever consumed in Germany was in some particular village. All right, yeah, good one. First tennis match ever occurred in X place. I have no idea where that might have been. I'm gonna guess at France, but who knows? Football and its origins. Some people say China. Some people say the UK. Some people say Germany. Some people say Mexico. $15 love on the Alcaraz serve. He's not thinking about the origins of tennis right now or anything, to be honest with you.
I'm struggling with that ghosty. I feel like I should know this. It's not going to be a solo song of his. Oh,
the
Fat Bottomed Girls. Fat Bottomed Girls. Okay, yeah, I remember that now.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a great song, but when you
I like it's amusing.
Initially, when he asked about this, I thought of Madonna's "Love Makes the World Go Round," and that's why I said love. But Fat Bottom Girls, yeah, Jazz is not a great album. I think it's really eclectic, but it has a lot of misfires and weird ideas.
My issue with a high percentage for this question from Keen, because normally I would say there's somewhere between 25 and 50% chance Alcaraz just pushing him around. Is the lob going to work? Yeah, basically, because he nets the smash. So Alcaraz holds, but probably largely because of the drop shot that he pulled off that pulled Medvedev into a position of discomfort. Yes, I guess in terms of Grand Slams, he tends to pull off one or two, but I just don't see it happening against Alcaraz. Just don't see it happening against Alcaraz. I mean, if Medi's gonna do this, it's gonna have to be against somebody who's extremely deep on the court, and I know Alcaraz can be for the first serve, but he's not that deep. Secondly, somebody who's not that quick, somebody who's not going to punish it if it goes wrong.
Or maybe if he's like a mental state, where he just doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, if he's down 4-1 in the third and he's already 2 sets to love down. Yeah. So that
but maybe Alcaraz has a bigger chance of hitting an underarm serve in this match.
Tactically, yeah. Although I can't think off the top of my head him doing one, but
I've seen Ivo Karlovic hit an underarm serve, so
okay.
it is possible. Yeah.
That's kind of funny that he did one. Yeah.
Yeah, against Tommy Haas.
Did he win the point?
Yeah. I don't think Tommy moved to it even at all. Like, he was just so stunned.
One of the most annoying things that happened to me on a tennis court a few months ago was I did an underarm serve and lost the point, and the opponent said, "Deserve justice. You got we."
Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, somebody I know, but still, I still thought, no, I just wanted to win the point. My serve isn't great anyway, so on top of that, the sun was shining, was causing me a bit of difficulty with serving anyway. Underarm serve negates that issue. Yeah, end of story. I may have lost the point I wasn't doing it because I wanted to take the piss out of my. If I was winning 6-love 5-1 or something, that would be different. But yeah, just silly. 15 all on the Medvedev serve. He did lose the first point, but basically a winner. I mean, I don't even know if that would be counted as a forced error because Alcaraz just got his racket on it, but just bounced in front of him. 15 all.
Yeah, and here I am replaying the Ivo Karlovic underarm serve, and indeed, Tommy Haas did not move to it.
Oh, he didn't. Okay, he didn't move.
Yeah, it was Stockholm 2007, apparently.
Just Alcaraz is asking for something to happen. What's he annoyed about? Flash photography. Okay. Hi, Janie. I'm going to come back in a second. I'm just going to... I'll be back in a second.
Sure. Bradley Clan, when he was playing, when he was in his prime, I guess, I was not following Challengers daily yet. So I guess his career kind of went over my head. Oh, wow. I thought it wasn't actually. Alcaraz plays this forehand approach shot, which I thought was pretty good. And then Medvedev just goes for this huge forehand on the run pass. Thought it clipped the line, but turns out it didn't. So we're actually at 30 all. But we see on the close call that was indeed very close. And there's an ace from Medvedev, so helping himself out with the serve, which, as we said, he needs to do. Yeah, when Bradley Clan was in the top 100, I don't think I was really following players like that at all. So most of my memories with him, honestly, are the last few years, which, as we all know, that's not much to remember him by. Jesus, Karas tries going for this very spontaneous and very unconventional tweener. I'm not really sure how that happened. I guess he was surprised with the depth of the volley of Medvedev and did not really feel necessary. But I guess maybe if we are actually on the court, maybe that's how it lined up, that he had no other option.
Did he overrun it? Maybe sort of over anticipate that.
Maybe.
And then just act as a result.
Yeah, I don't know. He had to play. I don't know if he had to play that, but anyway, we're at 4-all now. So that near miss of Medvedev on the amazing forehand pass did not matter in the end.
Any thoughts on the telephone celebration from Djokovic today?
Yeah, I read some opinions on that. Honestly, I'm sort of in the middle of that. Like, I don't think I really care. If you are a player like Shelton, you kind of have to expect that all the energy and like the heat that you bring to the court, it might, I don't want to say backfire, but like someone else might bring it to ya as well. So I don't think Ben should be pissed off about it. Was it necessary? Not really, but then again, I think I sort of just found it amusing, funny, rather than disrespectful or something.
Was Ben bringing it? Oh, this is an interesting point.
I mean, he always brings it, right? Oh wow, that's an incredible behind the back, but
yeah, that was incredible from Medvedev. I mean, he lost the point.
Not enough.
But it still was incredible.
I mean, he always brings the heat, right? I mean, he says, "Come on, vamos," a lot. He shouts, and some players don't like that. Some players will
Is that a
not like his
problem?
energy.
Is that
I
a
don't.
listen?
I don't think he should care. This is what helps him. Like, this is very much, in the rules of the game. This is very much I think, in like the moral code. I don't think it's a problem at all. If someone doesn't like it, then maybe they're gonna react to it in a way that Djokovic did. Djokovic definitely doesn't like it. We've seen him have a problem with Cam Nori earlier this year because Cam was also like overly, well, according to Djokovic, maybe reacting to every point a bit too much. So I don't think it's an issue at all. I don't know what Shelton is going to say about it, but I think people talking that it's like very unnecessary. Why does he do that? Is a bit of a stretch. I also think that Shrihari, for example, when he said that Shelton deserved it or something like that, I'm not really sure what that means. Like, deserved it for what? Did he do anything to Djokovic? Not really. But
No,
then
he
again, I
didn't.
also don't think Djokovic hurt Shelton in any way.
No. And the problem is in terms of the tennis.
What the
Oh
hell is this? What
wow!
the hell is this point? I mean, this time he does not serve and volley out wide, and he still, he still runs away with it, but gets away with it, I guess. But
Wow,
it
that was an
it was
insane.
it was quite a point, yeah. That's that
And
first volley played like off his stomach basically, and then yeah, that second one, very hard to pull off that.
like also Alcaraz, by the way, was still celebrating that point when he sat down. It's not disrespectful. If anything, it's respectful to your opponent. Just how big, if I'm playing Alcaraz and he celebrates a point when he sits down in his chair, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm kind of flattered.
Honestly, just recently there was what was it, that match against Facundo Bagnis maybe at Miami, when Alcaraz, Craig
Yeah,
Shapiro recorded him
yeah.
like fist pumping after one of the points when he was, I don't know,
Beginning of the second set, I think. Yeah.
yeah, up a set and a break maybe.
Mm-mm.
And he claimed that it's way too much. In the video there was nothing, like literally nothing that
Yeah, it was
Alcaraz
a fist
did. Like,
bump.
it was a normal fist pump, and it was really not towards an opponent or towards the opponent or aggressive. I think it was just a huge misunderstanding of respect in sports in general, because you actually show respect to your opponent by treating him seriously, even when you're leading by a huge amount. However, it kind of shows you that there's going to be conflicting opinions about it. Like, that there are going to be people who will not like, who will find their celebrations off-putting. I mean, Shelton, Alcaraz, guys like that. So I think it will be a talking point for their careers for sure. However, especially in Alcaraz's case, I think it's definitely not. Maybe yeah. In Alcaraz's case, it does not make any sense. I kind of get why someone like Shelton could be annoying. I'm not sure how I would react if I was on the court against him and he was, as vocal as he usually is. It's possible that it would also make me angry. But then again, like, he has to be ready for it. He has to be ready for the fact that not everyone will enjoy his energy on the court.
Yeah, but maybe there's a lot of people who don't enjoy Novak's too, and maybe Rafa
Yeah,
and
and
whoever. I mean, you don't like
and
losing. You don't
who
like losing
cares?
points, and yeah,
Yeah,
and you
and
enjoy
like,
winning.
the player should not care about that. The player, as long as they are like, not using, I don't know, gamesmanship, as long as they are just behaving with respect, there's nothing that they should be caring about regarding that. Like, you just, you do you, and that's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
5-0, another very quick
very
service game
comfortable
from
hold. Yeah.
Medvedev, so that's good.
I think as well with both the Shelton Djokovic scenario, but also that Alcaraz fist pump thing. I think listen, if you like Djokovic, then you're gonna start saying stuff to support him after that, and if you don't like him, or more specifically, if you're a Nadal Federer fan and therefore by proxy don't like him, then you'll come down on the other side. With the Alcaraz, the reason I can draw comparison as well with the Alcaraz thing is I don't know why, but I am starting to see that Shapiro just doesn't like Alcaraz for some reason. I don't know why, but I don't think he likes him. And that's it.
Yeah, Jane said that Ben said he didn't care in the press, which, is what he should be doing for sure. There was also something about, the Nori smash. I also thought it was fine, but I get how from Novak's perspective, maybe it didn't seem so at first, he was just turned away. And he gets smashed with a ball. Whereas when you watch it on the feed, on the footage, you actually realize that it's like he has two options. He chooses to go cross court, and it's very likely that Novak will be in the path, but that's the safe way to hit it.
Yeah, it was a safe option, yeah.
But yeah,
I think
and also
with the odd exception, these scenarios is all about winning the point. With the odd exception.
Yeah. And he did nothing wrong in that one for sure. And everyone is still saying that I have, for example, Ghosty, I have no idea how Medi gets past Alcaraz. Matthew says that it will feel like a victory if Medvedev can take it to a tiebreak. But, so far, 5-all. And love 30 down on Alcaraz is going to be on his own serve. So
yeah,
this is suddenly getting tricky. And just by, mostly serving well in this set and also saving the 2 break points at 1-2, Medvedev is suddenly in a position to maybe even win this one. He's talking to the umpire about something, yeah.
It's a projector that's flashing in his eye, he's saying. It's not even a person in the crowd, but there was a projector of some description that is disrupting his line of sight. Well, he's love 30 on the Alcaraz serve here, but yes, it's one of the projectors. Okay, I understand. Yeah, perhaps he has, Max. Second serve, is that? Yes, it is. Alcaraz was going to do a serve volley. I wonder if he won't therefore do it now because of that scenario, especially being a second serve. Or was it still a first serve? I'm not sure. It doesn't matter anyway. Here we go. We're into the rally here. Forehand, forehand. Undoubtedly the most important match at the point of the match so far. Exchanging forehands. Alcaraz, is he going to remain solid here? It's Medvedev now. Oh, I thought he was going to come to the net there, Medi. Thought better of it. Forehand now down the line. I think Medi's gone long there. No, he hasn't. Into the rally. So good depth there for Medi. They're exchanging forehands. Now Alcaraz changes direction, but with a bit of caution. Now Alcaraz goes big. 15-40. That's a tough forehand. That's the forehand that Shelton and Fritz were putting into the net a lot in the last couple of rounds against Novak. Not a huge amount of net clearance there.
How many shots was that? Like 30?
Was it
what?
That many?
13?
Yeah,
no way.
That many.
No way.
I thought it felt like more than 13, but
I thought it was like at least 20. What the hell?
Still 15-30 though. So now this is the biggest point of the match. And Medvedev goes long on the return.
After watching a 62-shot rally between Prismic and Djumhur today, I should actually feel like everything is, everything is short. But today,
I see our man Nagala's been tweeting. Nagala's been tweeting quite a bit today. He had a win in Austria. Yeah. He had a win in Austria, I think, in a challenger.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, he beat Albert Ramos Vinolas.
Exactly.
And he's gonna play the semis tomorrow.
Oh, lovely, Carlos. Serve and volley, but the cushion volley on this occasion was just as sweet as a nut, as they say in the UK. Of course, that would have to be a sweet nut, I guess, rather than just a regular one. Terry, by the way, Terry joined us at the beginning of the last stream. Shrihari was just giving us a 5-minute briefing on the match before disappearing, and Terry said, "Right, I'm off," because him and Shrihari don't get along for some reason. They've had a Twitter spat, and I sent Terry a private message on Twitter saying, Shrihari was just there for 5 minutes at the beginning. The rest of the match was Jack and Nick. But anyway, yeah, some Twitter spat, but you know how these Twitter spats. Oh, lovely Carlitos. 6-5 from love 30 down. Someone in the crowd has got their heads in their hands. I mean, it was special, but if you've seen anything from Carlos over the last couple of years, maybe not that surprising. What's this about 3-6-6 all walkover from Jane here?
Alcaraz Rune in Paris. With a few points left to play, but wasn't he like at least level in the tiebreaker?
Oh, it was going into the tiebreak, yeah.
Yeah, or like maybe he was even a point up or something like that, right?
I don't think
like
the tiebreaker began, but I could be wrong.
I don't know. Like he definitely wasn't a few points behind in the tiebreaker, which is what I think makes it acceptable.
Oh, I have no problem with that retirement. Yeah.
Yeah, I also did not, honestly. Just because I don't think he was at a deficit. I think he was just.
And he didn't play until February, so.
Yeah, that kind of makes it acceptable too, I guess.
Yeah.
Probably felt like it was an injury with which even a few points could have been, detrimental to his
were you going to just not move? I mean, and so we've got two scenarios here. Three scenarios. One, you make the injury worse, and you're out until the spring. Two, you don't make the injury worse, but you miraculously win the tiebreak somehow just by hitting and swinging at every single shot. Or three, and this is probably the most likely scenario, is you just don't move for anything and you lose.
Well, he was 1-3 down. He was 1-3 down. So I guess you could make an argument that he was pretty close to. Well, he still would have had to serve a few times,
And on the word, well, it's just I don't know. If you. I remember him getting the medical sort of treatment. I think before the tiebreak, I think it was, or 6-5 maybe, as someone came on to give him something.
Yeah. I mean, basically, if it's the last game on return, I feel like every time you can just play it because you basically don't have to return. Whereas, what the hell is this point? Alcaraz is gonna lose it. I wonder if he even had to hit that sort of overhead volley.
Oh wow, they're sort of playing, I don't know what you want to call it, but some kind of ping pong at the net, or just they're basically playing tennis but 3 meters away from each other.
Did he have to hit this?
I'm gonna watch the replay now.
I don't know. I have no idea.
The smash he gets back.
It would have been pretty close. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think you might be right, but it's just understandable that you're so quick and you're so off it that it's not one of those where you've got a chance to think about, oh, this might land out.
Yeah. This was just pure reactions.
Ooh, did that sort of backhand return approach and aggression there, and it should have worked for him, and quite easily this could have been 30-all right now, and an interesting chance for Daniil. Instead we're at 40-love and we're almost at the tiebreak that was suggested in the and I know what they meant when they said a win. I don't think they meant that that's good enough, that Daniil can lose 7-6, 6-4, 6-4, but that actually, if at the beginning of the match you said to Daniil, do you want to take a first set tiebreaker and see how we go from there? And I think if you're Daniil, you go, yeah, that sounds not too bad to me. And if you're Carlos, you go, no, let's take a gamble and see if I can win it without a tiebreak.
Yeah, so Jake, Medvedev was serving very well in the last few games, definitely. Sort of just getting a lot of easy points, not allowing Alcaraz much on serve. But yeah, on Alcaraz's serve, there was just only this one game where he had to win a very tough point at love 30. But, the tactic that you're mentioning, yeah, it's still a 95% accuracy rate. And any reason why Tanasi form has been so poor? I mean, I don't think it's poor at all. He just had one nightmare loss to Sue. He was awful on grass, which is a surface that, contrary to what you would think and what I definitely fought for years, does not suit him at all. And then he had that retirement in Granby, but then between Atlanta and Cincinnati, he was actually pretty excellent, I think. Losing to Musetti, Hurkacz, Humbert, de Minaur.
Anyway, one love here for Carlos, but Medvedev should be winning this point, and he does, largely thanks to his serve. 1-all. I mean, fortunately, whatever the result today is, we probably will go into the final with some intrigue. It's not going to be Casper Ruud, Rafa Nadal, Casper Ruud, Novak Djokovic, Stefanos Tsitsipas, Novak Djokovic. These sort of 3 of the last 5, I think it is, something like that. 3 of the last 6 Grand Slam men's singles semi-final, have probably lacked that intrigue. Whereas if it's Medvedev, Djokovic, or Carlos, of course, Djokovic, there will be. If it's Medvedev, Djokovic, it'll be intrigue. If it's Alcaraz, Djokovic, it'll be expectation. Hi to the people just joining in the chat, Peaches and Sean, although I know Sean's been here throughout, but whatever. Hi to everyone. Alcaraz to serve, 1-2. Each of the first 3 points now have all been held, so to speak. 52 minutes on the clock. Carlitos serves down the tee, comes in, and wins the point, albeit it was a serve and volley scenario, but actually ended up having to be a sort of half volley return.
Yeah.
Which is a kind of interesting point. Anyway, go on.
That's what happens when he goes down the tee and serving volleys, which I know he's doing it, to just keep Medvedev guessing, but he just gets a pretty tough volley there every time.
Yeah. So basically, it's obviously just, as you say, to keep him guessing. I think he thought about coming in off that one and didn't do it in the end. Is Medvedev going to punish him? Yes, he is. And we've got a mini break advantage now for Daniil Medvedev. 3-2 he leads. Carlos has dropped a set, of course, en route to this semi-final, but he's not been a set down yet. Three, 2. Down the tee. Long. Second serve. Medvedev serving. Now Alcaraz ready to pounce. Double fault. 3-all. Who has the better tiebreak stat between Carlos and Medi? Let's possibly just have a look at this year.
They showed it on the screen, didn't they?
Did they? At the beginning of the tiebreak? I didn't see it, no.
Yeah. What was it? Like 17-7 for Carlos and a lot closer for Medvedev, I think.
So Carlos then. Yeah, that makes sense.
17-7 for Alcaraz, 11-9 for Medvedev.
So kind of 55% Medvedev.
Yeah, like a normal stat for Medvedev and crazy for Alcaraz, basically.
Yeah. Down the tee from Medvedev, but that may have clipped the net, or did it go out? We'll soon see if it's going to be a second serve here from Medvedev or not. It is a second serve, I think. Decent return from Carlos. Carlos goes for the drop shot, doesn't work. By his standards, it was a very poor drop shot.
I think that's the second time you've said that today. Literally
by his standards.
The same words. No, like by his standards and the drop shot as well.
Okay, but I think the other one was the other way around. I said by his standards, that's just normal, right?
Oh, no. Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
I think I did, But
You're
anyway.
right. You said that by his standards, this is actually a normal drop shot.
3-4 anyway. We're still on serve here for Carlos and the two players. He comes in for a serve volley and it doesn't work, probably because the serve just wasn't really good enough.
Yeah, it wasn't placed at all. Like it was straight up at Medvedev.
And not only that, Medvedev returned it pretty well and managed to chase down the volley, and then it became really difficult for Carlos to react. So close. So we're at 3-5. It's either going to be a set point here or 4-5 or 5-4. The first serve does land in. Although, and Alcaraz errs and puts a forehand into the net.
Yeah,
so
great
things are
return
very interesting
as
right
well.
now. 3 set points. Huh?
Great return.
Yeah, really good return. And I don't want to sound clever, but it's just return well. You can't really teach Medvedev new tricks as he was trying to do in the third set at Wimbledon. Just return the best you possibly can. It's difficult, but that's it. End of story.
And he claims the set.
And he's got the set now, even though I've not seen it yet. Okay, he's got the forehand there. 7 games to 6. He wins the tiebreak to 3. And there we go. His first set over Carlos Alcaraz in a while, I guess, maybe since he beat him at Wimbledon.
Yeah, they only played twice this year, and that one at Wimbledon. So yeah, and he managed to stick around. He managed to stay with Carlos, saving these 2 breakpoints. Obviously, the only 2 breakpoints that we've seen so far at 1-2 down. And then there was that moment of tightness that I sort of hinted at the beginning that it could happen maybe at the beginning of the match. That Alcaraz is, not really, hasn't really found his timing yet and starts questioning himself. But this time it was just Medvedev really getting him to a point where it was so tight in the set that Alcaraz, just started questioning himself. And he committed a few awful errors. He committed a few weird decisions, made a few weird decisions, I suppose. And he lost the set. So that makes this matchup a lot more spicy now.
Definitely, yeah. Ghost is suggesting it feels very big to him. I would wait until a second set tie break or a break of serve from Medvedev in the second set before I would say it's big. But yeah, I mean, always losing the first set is not great, whoever you are. But the first 6 or 7 games was looking very similar to other matches between the 2 players.
Do you think Novak would rather play against Carlos? No, not at all.
No. If it's Novak would never answer this in this manner, but his fans would. No, they will be they'll be hoping for a Medvedev win. Just because that doesn't mean that he will beat Daniil Medvedev, as Medvedev has a chance. Their head-to-head seems about right. Is it like 9-5 for Novak, something like that?
I don't know.
Have a look. Djokovic, Medvedev, head-to-head. I would guess about 9-5, 11-5, something like that. 9-5, yeah. And that feels about right. And that's how I would probably view the final as well. I would say, 64% Novak wins. If it's Carlos, it's 2 each, and I would also therefore probably apply a similar kind of probability to that. And that's, of course, the surface does make a big difference with this, but actually, I'm interested to see. I can barely remember Novak and Medvedev having matches away from hard courts. Outdoor hard, indoor hard. Yeah, they've never. Oh, once on grass at Eastbourne in 2017. Novak won in straight sets. That's the only time they've ever played anything than hard, which is a quirky stat that they've never played on grass or hard or clay. But perhaps it's not that quirky, and just that Daniil never goes deep on those surfaces where Novak is playing, because they're probably only playing the same tournament on those surfaces 3 or 4 times, maybe on clay a bit more often, but grass, it'll be Wimbledon, that's it. Anyway, Medvedev to serve at the beginning of this second set. I mean, the only time Medvedev has gone super deep, i.e. semi-finals or more on a clay court that I can remember is Rome this year and winning it. And Novak lost to Runa.
David, one Polish dish you would recommend us to try? I guess maybe let's. There are a couple of like traditional dishes that I think are not really that popular in modern Poland anymore, but I would like them to survive. And one of them is meatball soup. I actually just ate it at a restaurant like a week ago, and also then my mom's maybe 2 weeks ago. But that's not usual for me. Like usually, I just eat it like once a year or something. That's pretty self-explanatory. And also babka ziemniaczana, which ziemniaczana means from potatoes. It's like grated potatoes, eggs, onion, and some fried bacon, and that's oven baked. And yeah, I think that's one of my favorite dishes. It is very tough. Well, not very tough to make, I guess, but it takes a while to make, and that's why I eat it very very rarely, and that's why it's also a delicacy to me. I think it comes actually from Belarus, but it is very popular in like yeah, Poland, let's say northeastern, eastern in general, probably as well.
And Medvedev is having a good time right now. It was a super comfortable hold. That service game was over in no time. He's love 15 on the Alcaraz serve right now, and I even think he's doing okay on the returns here. Let's have a look at this return. See if this one pans out. It's a short.
Yeah, I mean, Ireland, Poland, potatoes, we can just shake hands, right? So that's Belarus as well.
Do you eat plenty of ukrop in Poland? How do you say it? Dill.
Dill. Okay.
In Ukraine, I used to see just
on potatoes, yes, mostly.
Yeah, on potatoes, exactly. Yeah.
On potatoes, yes.
It's nice. It's nice.
Yeah, on potatoes, yes. In general, there's also dill soup, which is, I wouldn't say very popular,
Make a
but
soup
I've
out of
eaten it a few
dill?
times. Yeah, I didn't know how it's made exactly, but it includes potatoes as well. But yeah, dill soup, there is something like that, yes. I think a lot of like traditional Polish dishes do have dill in them. Nowadays, as things like are like more globalized, probably not used all that much, but in traditional Polish cooking, for sure. And yeah, just every day, there are definitely a lot of homes here that just eat potatoes with dill every day. Well, Alcaraz could be in trouble instantly, but he
30 all.
saves himself with a big first serve. And Alcaraz was actually also landing so many of his first serves in the opening set. It was like 83% from what I checked, which is pretty ridiculous that he lost it. But obviously, it wasn't really his performance on serve that killed him. It was just these few shaky points in the tiebreak. Serve and volley with a serve that was just not placed well enough at all. The drop shot at 3-all. Yeah, so it wasn't really his performance on serve that lost it for him.
It's a nice response from Ben in the press conference. Okay, Alcaraz in the forehand here at 40-30 on his serve. He's gone wide, so we've got deuce.
It's interesting that he said that he did not see it until after he left the court, because that's what people were suggesting, right? That he saw the celebration, and that's why the handshake was like cold or.
Cold, yeah.
Ooh, that's you gotta make this at deuce. If you're Medvedev here, you gotta make this return.
Yeah.
at least make Alcaraz play, because at least as of right now, this is potentially a winning strategy. Something that maybe Medvedev not necessarily, but I think Alcaraz will actually maybe have in mind. It wouldn't be healthy to have this in mind, but I think he might. Is that the longer this goes, the tougher it will be to recover for the final as well.
I mean, if it's 4 sets for one player or the other, maybe no problem. But yeah, if it's a grueling 5-setter.
Yeah, if it's a grueling 4 sets, it could be an issue as well. I don't think the first set was that grueling though.
No.
Despite being a tiebreaker, there was just one long game, really, or like longish game on the way. But yeah, Alcaraz definitely not hitting the ball as cleanly, as sharply, as aggressively as well as he was in the opener, and it is a moment of vulnerability that Medvedev will try to capitalize on.
Okay, deuce. Alcaraz backhand into the net, and we've got a break point now for Daniil Medvedev. So I will talk through this point because it's pretty significant at the beginning of this second set. Alcaraz to serve. We're going to probably do a serve volley there, but it didn't land in. So it's a second serve here for Daniil to look at. He has a break point. Second serve will help him no end, I'm sure. Alcaraz serves to the forehand. It's a block return. Short one. And Alcaraz drop shot doesn't work. And we have a break advantage now for Daniil Medvedev. 2-love. This is turning into be very intriguing.
Yeah, Ghosty, Iga Penko was like the warmest handshake I've seen from Jelena Ostapenko. So, yeah, something didn't work out there, Keen, with the translation, because this sentence does not make sense.
What's that? Sorry, I'm confused.
There's a sentence he wrote in Polish in the chat.
Okay.
And it basically says, it's a shame we're not watching a Grand Slam and not a Grand Slam. So basically it says same thing twice. So something went wrong there.
Slightly wayward forehand there from Carlos, and we've got 15-love already on the Medvedev serve.
Ooh, and that's Alcaraz really going for the boulder out of frustration.
30-love. Backhand here into the forehand of Carlos. Forehand Medvedev. Medvedev is not missing right now. Good depth there from Medi. Forehand Medi. And the backhand. Forehand now. And so Carlos maybe thought about doing something different with that forehand, but in the end went big. And a redrop, if you like, from Medvedev as he gesticulates to the crowd. And it is 40-love.
Yeah, Medvedev trying to, in the first set, he tried to rattle Alcaraz's cage a bit, and you can consider Alcaraz's cage to be rattled for sure. He is absolutely out of it right now. Does like a And almost a racket smash at the bench as well.
Mm-hmm.
He stops his that motion mid-air.
Yeah.
Carlos Alcaraz is looking like a 20-year-old right now.
He's looking like a mere mortal.
Does not happen to him usually. Usually he looks like a very seasoned 30-year-old, but or like a 28, let's say, to be in his physical prime still.
Yeah, I mean, this may yet turn around.
Oh, okay. So apparently Keen wanted to say that it's a shame it's not challenger level tennis. This one I got, although translating challenger does not happen in Poland.
I thought that
we
could
just
be
have
it.
ATP Challenger Tour. We don't have like
Yeah.
pretendant something. But yeah, I did understand it this time.
Dynamic and very unpredictable. What comes next. So I just had to stay there mentally, present and calm and focused on the game plan and what I need to do and try to be solid from baseline, which for most of the match I have done and kind of made him play, made him uncomfortable. And overall, the tournament so far has been great. I've been performing very well. Most of the matches went straight sets, except one where I had to come back from 2 sets to love down. Other than that, performances since Cincinnati first round to now to the finals have been really, really good. So I'm really pleased with my tennis and the way I feel on the court. And now for the ultimate challenge and fighting for another Grand Slam title.
There we go. Djokovic's words post Shelton victory. I mean, the good news is for him as well. I do think he's got gradually better. I think in Cincinnati pre-Djokovic final, pre-Alcaraz final, his performances were steady, if nothing better. I think at various points in this tournament, he has approached his best, but I think today was a step up from the Fritz performance. I mean, Shelton was better than Fritz in his level, in his pushing, in moments. Shelton didn't have many opportunities. Probably had 3 or 4 in the whole match on the Djokovic serve, and he at least took one of them. And back to Djokovic, I do think his level was higher today than it was against Fritz. It just didn't have to be that high against Fritz. 15 all here on the Alcaraz serve as Alcaraz goes long with the backhand. Alcaraz to serve here. So he's gone out wide and he's got to pick up a half volley that he doesn't pick up. I don't know if he was tentative there on the approach because the first serve didn't seem too bad, or Medvedev is just going a bit bigger on the return. Either way, it's 15-30. And we might be in for a fairly swift second set.
That's wow. I mean, there was literally no footwork on this Alcaraz backhand here. He hit it like Fonini-like.
Deary me, yeah, 15-40.
One thing was no conviction on the previous point, but like here he just never cared about even setting up for this one, which is weird. Is he really so out of it mentally? I mean, that's the extent of it is surprising. Yeah.
Is it physical?
I don't know. But yeah, the extent of it has been surprising. You could see that he has lost it, like in the previous game, even in the one that he got broken in. But this point for 15-40 was something special, not in a good way too.
30-40 here. Second break point for Medvedev to pretty much seal the set, you would imagine. Forehand from Carlos. Comes into the net. Puts the volley away. Deuce.
Yeah, and it was so easy for him too when he actually like put in the effort.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he hit a good forehand that approached the net, and there was nothing that Medvedev really could do. The advantage of timing being so huge because Medvedev is 3 meters behind the baseline. But yeah, that was weird to see him just lose a point like this at 15-30. A
Yeah,
shot that he had no intention of making, basically. I mean, I'm sure he wanted to make it. It's just he didn't make the effort. He didn't set up for it at all.
Backhand to backhand right now. Medvedev on the backhand, moving Djokovic to the moving Alcaraz to the forehand. It might be moving Djokovic on Sunday. Let's see. Forehand to forehand right now. That's a big forehand from Alcaraz, but he can't quite go through Medvedev. Is Medvedev going to? No, he's not.
And 3 points later, he does this.
Yeah. Couldn't go through Medvedev, but ultimately was always up in the point and ultimately sealed it with a kind of a drop shot, but short on the net, if you like. Just a half volley sort of spin back on the backhand, if that makes any sense. Which, of course, if you're watching, makes entire sense, and if you're not, I'm sorry.
Yeah, also the way Medvedev was absorbing these rocket forehands from Alcaraz was pretty huge, and he made him play that tough dropper, which Alcaraz did an incredible job on. I don't really understand how this is still the same game where he basically gave up a point to go 15-40 down, and then hits this
Carlos
shot.
on the defense. Now it's a forehand from Medvedev. It's forehand Carlos. Forehand Medvedev is excellent. Good defense from Carlos, but Medvedev is up in the point as a result. Is he still in the point? No. Deuce.
Nothing is easy right now.
Sorry, Damien?
No, I just said that nothing is easy right now for Alcaraz.
No. For those who are just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. Last I checked, we were 29 short of 3,000. That was about an hour ago. Forehand return here from Medvedev and the serve volley, which I think we've seen that point before between these two, works to the Spaniard's effect. So,
once or twice.
So we have a game point here for Carlos. It'll be a relief for him to get out of this service game, but he's going to start to make inroads on the Medvedev serve. It feels a while since that happened.
I mean, if he wins this set somehow, that backhand to go 15-40 down is something that I'm going to remember for sure.
Yeah. It's a lovely, lovely volley at the net there. It was a serve volley, but not many players could have pulled that volley off with such consummate ease, and therefore we are at 3-1. I've got some Summerbees in the fridge, cider for if my wine runs out. I'm not going to run out of alcohol tonight. It's just not possible. I have no idea who Kevin Durant is, and I don't know who Jared Leto is either. So I can't help.
Kevin Durant is a basketball player, I think, right?
Okay.
You don't know Jared Leto, really?
Jared sounds like a male's name to me, but
yeah.
Oh, okay. So two. Okay. Forehand return from Carlos. 15 love at the moment on the Medvedev serve. I missed the first point looking at that dating suggestion. Backhand to backhand right now. It's a slice from Carlos. Not bad. Actually, we haven't seen many slices from him today. Forehand from Medvedev is pretty good. And we've had an unforced error from the racket of Carlos, and it's 30 love. Madison Keys, by the way, was pretty devastated in her press conference yesterday, as maybe you'd imagine. Somewhat disappointingly, the reaction to that from one or two people was, this is why they shouldn't do press conferences if they lose, which was very disappointing, I think. But there we go. 40 love now, Daniil Medvedev, looking like another comfortable hold. It seems like a while since there has been anything up other than a comfortable hold for Medvedev, to be fair. Forehand from return. Has that gone long from Carlos? Doesn't matter anyway, because he nets the next one. Game to love for Daniil Medvedev. 4-1 he leads. And yeah, it does feel a long way back right now for Carlos, in this set at least. A 2 sets to love deficit. Now that's something else for Carlos to deal with, that's for sure. You're then asking him, or you're then saying you have to basically almost no more errors, or certainly pretty squeaky clean.
It's a wild question, Damon. Would you like your future wife to like tennis or not? I mean, if she does, well, that's fine. If she doesn't, that's also okay. I wonder if my potential wife liking tennis, would potentially result in some sort of, I don't know. I just feel like maybe sometimes it's good to have an interest of your own as well. But that would also be fun. I've never had a girlfriend who liked tennis, so that would be
I'm
a new
fine with
experience
that.
for me.
I'm fine with that gap. I mean, especially with, probably even more so with football. I'm totally fine with that gap of then. I mean, I'm totally fine if she likes football, but it's not like a prerequisite. That's for sure.
No.
It's almost a comforting gap that I can
I
enjoy.
would love my potential like girlfriend wife to play tennis though, and that way we could, or it could be table tennis, it could even be, I don't know, darts or chess, like something that we could play with each other and just keep improving, because of that. That's a dream of mine.
I think Ghosty and I are in the same place regarding the press conferences. I think it's very difficult to marry the two ideals that you are a liberal and yet you don't think people in certain positions should answer questions to the press. I find that very difficult. I'm very uncomfortable with tennis players, for example, that say, I'm not going to do press conferences, but I am going to do a deal worth millions of euros and speak to somebody and do an agency thing and that.
But there's no one who does that, really.
There is one player on the tour who has done that, yes.
Yeah, one player who has done
and
that.
That's why I mentioned
she was sort of punished with.
Yeah, and I think it's people sometimes come back at me or think that means I'm condoning idiocy in press conferences. No, I think that two wrongs don't make a right. If you're going to behave like an idiot in a press conference, then that's not right either. But I am very uncomfortable with players just distancing themselves further from fans and also just having and I'm fine with somebody saying, listen, I feel very unwell and I'd rather not do this press conference. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I feel really down today for X, Y, and Z. I just don't fancy it. And that's completely fine. So I'm not saying you can't do that either. Nobody has to. But I'm very uncomfortable, just like anybody in any sphere, whether it be an actor who's promoting a film. They love dictating the narrative when they're promoting a film, but I'm also uncomfortable with said actor saying, oh, no, you can't ask me that question. Well, it's a two-way street, my friend. Oh, Alcaraz, what a lob.
I don't know. I guess my view on this is a little different. Like sometimes I wonder whether this whole thing is worth it. Like if we really need this sort of media coverage, like should there really be journalists out there who, like, I don't know, let's say travel the tour, Are they really needed? Wouldn't it basically work very similar if there was just like one person from the organization, getting the quotes and
Oh,
sending
that
them
would be
out?
horrible. I mean,
But
that's what the
that would be
players.
horrible for us. But
That would be
that's
no, it's horrible
actually,
for fans too. I mean,
I'm
otherwise
not sure.
we'll just have one person working, and we do have people present, certainly on the WTA side, who are basically working for the WTA and kind of dictating press conferences, if you like. And we're getting very sanguine, boring answers to narratives that have been built. And I mean, it's almost like having a press conference for the President of the United States and having somebody in the press conference who's working for the president and getting to dominate the press conference. Well, that's a very democratic way of dealing with things. I feel very uncomfortable.
I just sometimes wonder whether journalists are even useful.
That's a different debate. That's a completely
For me, it's kind of related.
Whether there are people in the audience. Yeah, agree, Ghosty. I agree with that too. But actually, that's not a counter argument for me, Ghosty. That's where I differ. That's not a counter argument. There, you're saying you're giving I see journalists that have a narrative that their editor is determined to build, and therefore they're desperate to ask X player something about the conflict in Ukraine, and they have but they don't do the same thing to any American player or British player, and why should they? I don't think Dan Evans should be asked questions about the Iraq War, and I don't think Arina Sabalenka should be either, irrespective of said photos between Lukashenko and Sabalenka. Sure, Lukashenko is, I'm sure, used and abused his position of power and used famous people to enhance that. But I don't think we should be angry at the person that he's used and abused. We should be angry at Lukashenko, just like we should be when presidents and prime ministers invite sports stars and rock stars to number 10 or to the White House, which is all just a big show to try and get more votes, etc., and justify other horrible heinous acts.
And yes, Keen, I am going to the Polish Challenger. I actually have a train tomorrow at like 11 a.m. So.
Oh, okay.
Szczecin is on the other end of anywhere you are in Poland. You're gonna be far away from Szczecin.
Okay, so we're on Alcaraz game point here. Forehand from Carlitos to the forehand of Daniil Medvedev. Backhand slice now from Carlos is not bad. A backhand again. Forehand from good defense there, Carlos. Forehand Carlos should be up in the rally, but actually Medvedev has done okay there, and in fact it's an unforced error from Carlos, but Medvedev did well to get back in that rally, particularly his very awkward court position at one point.
I think he might be struggling with something as well. The way he's not
moving.
Yeah, just his body
contortion.
Like there's no like the full body weight progress when it comes to the backhand, especially. And I don't know. Maybe it's not just the fact that he's mentally out of it. Maybe he's also struggling.
The return that Medvedev. That's exactly what I've been saying for 3 months now, or certainly since that Wimbledon semi-final. That's what Medvedev kind of has to do on the return, not change the position, because that isn't going to help him at all. Just go for it.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I feel like Alcaraz is also playing with like very little conviction right now, and maybe if he was just running towards it from the get-go, maybe he would have made it.
Got that far out position there from Carlos, as he sometimes does on clay on the first serve. Oh, wow. Daniil Medvedev, take a bow for that passing shot, because I thought Carlos pretty much had that point won.
Here we are, 5-1.
I mean, the volley could have been a bit better, but it's still not bad.
I mean, that's also a whole other issue that we're touching on now, Ghosty. Like the fact that there's one war that is basically covered in the media, and all the other wars do not matter.
Yeah.
No one will ever ban Americans from an event because they invaded Iraq or Afghanistan, but
Yeah, right, of course.
they will ban Russia or Belarus, which, to me does not make sense at all. But
Me neither.
that's the one word that I guess is basically in the first world, and
Yeah.
no one actually cares about the US invading Iraq.
Oh, yeah.
Which is sad, but that's how it works apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. 15 all. Medvedev, sorry, Alcaraz a good return. There's the actor you're referring to. Yeah. There's a Freddie. Even not knowing that he played Freddie Mercury, just looking at him, there's a Freddie.
Yeah. He has a physicality to play Freddie Mercury. Yeah. He also played in the new James Bond.
Oh, okay.
Although he was not. Well, I mean, I think he did fine with what he got, but the writing was what brought him down.
Okay.
Despite it being the longest Bond movie, it just never gives him any chance to develop his character, actually explain his reasoning either.
Agree, Ghosty. Yeah, agree.
Out. Oh, it's in? Oh, that's insane.
Oh, wow. Is that landed in? Is it 40-15? So two set points.
You're going to see the close call in a moment, but...
Yeah, I see it, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
He's apologizing to Alcaraz. Was there a miss hit in there? Was there a net cord? I don't remember. Okay, so it's 30-15. My bad. Anyway, Alcaraz gets his racket.
No, it was 40-15.
Oh, it is 40-15. It just took a while to update the scoreboard. 40-30 because Alcaraz does save one of the break points after Medvedev nets a forehand. Is that Tom Brady there? I'm not an expert when it comes to American football, but I think that is a Tom Brady.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on Tom Brady either, so I know he exists, but I wouldn't recognize him out of a lineup.
No, I don't think I would have, though, just then putting the camera on him, and then I had to, just came to me spontaneously. Good first serve from Medi, forehand Medi, backhand Alcaraz goes into the net, and it's 2-0. If Alcaraz is going to retain his US Open title, or even just to make the final, he's going to have to do it the hard way. He's down 2-0.
And what is showing from Medvedev as well so far. We can be talking about Alcaraz like getting a bit flustered. We can be talking about Alcaraz maybe beginning to struggle with something. Who knows? But actually, Medvedev, I mean, he's just completely proving that he actually has a shot in the Alcaraz matchup. If he's serving well, if he's defending like he's been today, which is basically not allowing Alcaraz to hit through him under any circumstances. And yeah, second set, he just absolutely outplayed the Spaniard for this reason or the other, but he did. It's 32 points won to 16 from Alcaraz in that set. First was obviously really tight up until 3-all in the first set tiebreak, where it felt like Alcaraz lost his mind for a moment, and that continued to the second set, although the second set had some spectacular points from Medvedev too.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to talk to me in Polish, Keen. I mean, I'm fully fine talking in English. I don't really see the reason to. because he said earlier that it's only fair for us to talk in Polish for a bit, because for you guys to talk in Polish, because I have to speak English all the time, which I don't mind. It's not a burden. It's not something I it's not something that I'm annoyed with. That I wouldn't even use the phrase "have to." Potentially, so it's fine.
Alcaraz has gone off court for some kind of reset potentially. Did I see that one player's not hit single double fault yet? I don't know if I just looked up very quickly at my TV and saw something about 0 double faults from one player.
The Halliwell sisters. Wow, Max, that was one of my favorite shows growing up. And yeah, Alyssa Milano was obviously gorgeous in that.
I have no idea.
Your loss. She played the daughter of Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando, although she was not yet gorgeous there because she was like 12. And I don't want to go to jail. But in Charmed, she was, for sure. Yeah, Djokovic wants nothing to do with Med. I am telling you, says Nurlan. Like, Nurlan, of course, if there was an opportunity for Novak Djokovic to choose a rival from like anyone on the tour, it would not be Daniil Medvedev. However, if we're talking Alcaraz Medvedev, I still feel like it's a definite Alcaraz is the tougher opponent answer. But yeah, I would be excited for a Medvedev Djokovic final. Medvedev is kind of due a slam, I think. Just having one of them is a gross understatement, I think, of his abilities.
For where we were at, I mean, I would go back even 2.5 years. Like I said, I think I said to you the other day, January 2021. So that's long before, or 9 months before he did eventually get over the line. But from where we were in 2019 when he pushed Rafa to 5 sets and played so well, and then the ATP Finals win in 2020 when he's just skittling top 10 players for fun, and then getting to the final in Australia at the beginning of 2021, and then ultimately getting over the line. I mean, that 2 years on hard courts was mightily impressive, and to me at the time suggested multiple slams, and I maybe optimistically said 5 or more. Just 24 hours before that Australian Open final of 2021. However, I also then flipped probably either a year ago or maybe a bit after, but after there was a sort of ray of sunshine for him in winning in, I think it was Vienna. Yeah, I'm 99% sure he beat Shapovalov in Vienna last year. And I thought, okay, all right, not a bad run. Let's see how the rest of the season goes. And then the rest of the season, by his high standards, wasn't hitting anywhere near the heights of.
The rest of the season was like 4 matches, right?
Did he not have any? Was it just no Paris? Isn't Paris Bercy after? Yeah, and then 3. Okay, so 3. Yeah, but he lost them all.
Yeah, he did.
So 4 losses in a row, and you're sort of back to square one. And then Australia happens, Sebi Korda happens, and it didn't really surprise. So yeah, I've had 2 judgments on Daniil, and maybe both were slightly wrong, or certainly the demise prediction was wrong, because it just felt like a year was a long time to be struggling.
Yeah, indeed, Max, they showed it in Poland, and was like every Saturday at noon or something like that. And I used to like watch it religiously. I was always there in front of the TV as a kid. Have you guys watched Kasatkina YouTube videos? Yeah, as I said, I think on some previous episodes, some previous watch along, I only watched this one with Shevchenko and Potapova because I was like, so dumbfounded by the sheer idea of them being together. Like, I don't know, for some reason it was just a complete surprise. And then I wanted to see, how that was going to be like. But yeah, their videos are definitely their videos. I mean, not Shevchenko and Potapova, but like Natalia Zaviakos and Kasatkinas are definitely entertaining if you want to see like a vlogish tour, tennis tour type of thing. And Jane making dessert for Alisa Milano, that's something.
Nerlan likes the word goofball, and it makes me chuckle. Even if I disagree with him, I like Potapova, but and Nerlan, you've got to check out our interview with or Nick's interview, I should say, with Potapova from earlier this year. It's fun, and she's very direct, and dare I say, she's a little bit Nerlan-esque in her directness. So maybe, you know, two people alike don't go well together, and therefore Nerlan doesn't like Potapova as a result. But it's only 4 or 5 minutes, but she's very direct, Nerlan. I think you'll find. I'm interested to know if you'll like it. T and Medvedev goes long, so 30 love.
I don't really know if I can answer that. I don't enjoy dessert all that much. There's definitely a fair few like cakes, but I don't eat them. So I'm even struggling to come up with something that's like, I like ice cream, you know, sorbets especially. But
sorbets?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you like ice cream. Ice cream and sorbets are different debate. One's ice cream, one's not.
Oh, fair. But I like sorbets more, but I like ice cream too, of course. But sorbets are...
You liking sorbets makes sense. That makes
why?
total sense to me. Just, you know, a little bitterness, a little sour. It's the alternative to ice cream that...
It's more so like the low calories, and also still I like the sort of watery quality, I guess, too.
Yeah. I heard you defending water on a stream the other day as well. Yeah, it makes sense.
I did, yeah.
What was it you said? It was a classic quote. Water's underrated, I think. It was the line.
I said it is underrated, yes.
Yeah.
People just think it is bland and has no taste. But that's not true.
Well, I would probably... I mean, I'm okay with water, especially when I need it, but
I'm okay with water. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm on good terms with it too, yeah.
I'm glad Ghosty's got my best health. I love how Ghosty, by the way, like I'm worried about your health and this Sebi Corda obsession, but he's okay when I'm downing beers and bottles of wine. He's like fine with that. It's just don't mention Sebi Corda.
I think the Krejcikova obsession is worse.
Definitely.
Sebi Corda, we were all obsessed with him in January, you know, and we were all obsessed with him after Wimbledon. After Queen's Club.
I also just highlighted the Sebi defeat, so it was all in around a Medvedev lull. Oh wow, Carlitos! That was a great volley. He's not necessarily always been there tonight, and Medvedev has to take a lot of praise for that. But there's been occasional flashes of brilliance, and
I mean, the first set until 3-3 in the tiebreak, it just looked like the usual Alcaraz Medvedev set.
Fairly. Other than the fact that Daniil got to the tiebreak.
I mean, he was getting to the tiebreak. He was serving out his games, but like Alcaraz was playing it as if it was a usual Alcaraz Medvedev match, and then suddenly it wasn't. He is trying to get himself going though with this great point, and trying to get the crowd to support him more too.
Really good point, Carlos.
I mean, I would love to see a fifth set here. At the same time, I would love to see this finish in straights, because then I'm going to bed. So there is a dilemma here. There's potential for me to have a very hard time. Yeah, there's potential for me to have a very hard time tomorrow on the train to Szczecin, but that's what we do for challengers.
It was the longest rally, that last rally, 20 shots. I mean, Yeah,
I'm still convinced they counted it wrong on that. I can't remember when it
good
was right
return
now.
from Carlos, but there's a
You know
good
what I'm
depth
talking
there
about.
from Medvedev. Backhand Carlos. Medvedev comes into the net, not somewhere that he's always there at, but he does well with that volley, and in the end wins the point, 30-all. We have a like on Facebook. On Facebook, they tell me who's liked, and it's a guy called Afranio Lima. The Latinos still like their Facebook, it seems, or the Americas, because just about nobody else is into Facebook these days. But anyway, 30-all. I think it's going to be a second serve here for Carlitos to look at. He's gone long. Well, from 15-30, we're now at 40-30. Or was it 15-30? Anyway, whatever, 40-30.
Yeah. I think he won that crazy point for 15-30 and was trying to get the crowd going, but he forgot to get himself going. Though.
Yeah, he's gone well with that forehand, and we're at 1-all. Daniil Medvedev losing from 2 sets to love up. Of course, Australian Open final 2022.
I mean, you're not going to agree with me, but I do think that result was a real shame. Otherwise, we would have had Medvedev in like such a strong position right now, maybe, and I don't know, at like 4 slams. That's how I feel.
Do you think it hurt him that much psychologically?
Maybe. I don't know, but it's possible.
Well, that's what that means, because it's only 1 slam we're talking about. So you're saying that instead of being at 2, he'd be at 4. So you must.
Yeah, maybe 4 is a stretch, but like he was on a much better trajectory before it happened, rather than after it happened.
You're not first of all, you're not a fan of that match. Secondly, you're not a fan of the way Nadal came back. And thirdly, Damien, I'm suspecting you're not a fan of Nadal full stop.
I don't really mind Nadal either way. I'm mostly not a fan of how Medvedev blew it.
Oh, well done, Carlos. Well done, Carlos. I mean, he probably went a bit closer to the line than he had to on that one. But the drop shot was excellent. The thing is, though, Medvedev is that it did have to be a perfect drop shot, and even though Medvedev still got there, which might suggest it wasn't the right shot selection. But anyway, I guess if you're going to execute it perfectly, it's fine.
Medvedev By the way, there is one more Medvedev comeback. A comeback from Medvedev's opponent from 2 sets to love down. And you're never gonna guess it. I can even tell you the result. I mean the year, the slam, where it happened, the round.
Tell me all of that, and I still won't get it. But go on.
2019 Roland Garros, round 1.
Okay.
Frenchman as well. I can tell you that, and you're never gonna.
Oh
guess
wow!
It,
you're gonna give me nationality. I mean,
yeah,
that didn't go over there, did it? So it's 30-all. I mean, I remember the latter stages of that. Wawrinka playing Federer, but that doesn't help me very much. I remember Federer then losing to Nadal, and Nadal beating Thiem. Obviously, previous to that, beating Djokovic. I mean, okay, Frenchman, but it's going to be wrong because you wouldn't make it this easy for me. I'm just going to say Gasquet, but
yeah, Pierre Igerbert.
Yeah, okay.
If I told you that it was like, something about doubles, then you would have guessed that. But
that's for sure.
Yeah, but generally speaking, I did not remember that much at all. And in singles right now, of course, Pierre Igerbert is not going all that strong. So, but at the time, he was the world number 43.
Okay.
So a pretty tough round 1, I guess. Although Herbert also not a clay player at all.
Goes to here saying, why doesn't Medi at least come in for Carlitos' second serves? Well, so we'll always see come in as in like have a slightly closer
advance
place.
in the court a bit. Yeah,
it's just not his style, is it? I mean, he likes to wield that forehand from that position.
Was Pierre Gerber the sort of the first person who exposed Medvedev's deep return position?
Is somebody asking that? Okay, I thought someone was asking in the chat.
Because he also had a match with him, I think, later. A bit later in Marseille, right? The final, which was super tight. And I think maybe he also beat him somewhere else, or maybe pushed him somewhere else too. I can't remember.
Carlos hasn't broken Medvedev's serve all night, has he?
No, not yet.
And I would guess at 2 or 3 break points, but I'll have a look at that right now, actually.
2 in the opening set at 1-2. And then in the second set, was there one on the Medvedev serve? I'm not
According
even sure.
to Google, no, but Google
I don't
could be
think
wrong.
so. No, I don't think so. Never got to that.
Google says 0 from 2. Yeah.
Yeah,
and they were both of them in the same game.
Yes, 15-40.
Yeah, 15-40. Yeah, and that would have been at around about 2-3 or 3-2 or something like that.
1-2.
1-2, even earlier. Okay.
Yeah, Pierre Gerber is 2-2 against Medvedev. So maybe he was the initial serve and volley exposer of Medvedev.
Keen is really he wants to know about qualifying for the Challenger.
Yeah, obviously Pavel Čáš, my idol, whom I've mentioned many times on the Challenger show. Although Čáš is playing a 15K in Koszalin, and he is in the semifinals currently. So tomorrow he might win that, and then he has to play 2 matches in a day. So that would be a pretty exciting challenge. Koszalin is fairly close to Szczecin, so it's theoretically doable. Although knowing him, I am sort of afraid that tomorrow he's going to sell his match and then go to Szczecin, but we'll see. But otherwise, Rincon, I don't think I've seen him live. Molekar is always good. Michalski is not in the qualies because he has a major wild card. Taberner recently picked up his game. Andrew Paulson, I like watching him quite a lot. We'll see. Oh, and if obviously because we still haven't had a few withdrawals here, I think if Hynek Barton makes it in, the talented young Czech, I have not seen him live, I think, and obviously one of my favorites, one of my favorite one-handers as well, in Jeremy Jan, that would be good too, and the other Poles as well, but Kielan is one of them. Like, who is the third wildcard for the qualifying? Kielan I definitely want to see, but who's the third wildcard? They haven't announced the fourth one, and I'm now somehow struggling to remember. But I think it's someone probably quite weak because I cannot remember him.
Nice one, Carlos. Nice one, Carlos, with a forehand passing shot there to make it 30-all. I mean, we've probably been in this situation a few times before, but he is 1 point away now from at least getting a break point for the first time in a long time, probably 2 hours, I'd say. Oh, not 2 hours, because only 2 hours into the match. And Medvedev aces anyway, so we are now at 40-30 and a game point for the world number 3. His 5th ace of the match. None for Carlitos. Goes down the tee, almost clipped the line, but not quite.
Yes, it's a tough love game, but it will be easy for him to perform better than he did in 2022 because he lost with a double bagel then. So the expectations, the hurdle is not set at an extremely high level. And
where
this
are you
could
from?
very well be the turning point.
You think? It's a lovely forehand passing shot again from Carlos, bringing up great point. And where are you from, Keen? I just saw Tom Brady, Djokovic's best pal.
That was Tom Brady.
Just saw him applaud that passing shot from Carlos.
You know who I thought it was? And
I don't know
this
if
is gonna be weird.
Okay, forehand here from. Okay, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Is this going to land in? It is, and we've got the break. That ball hung in the air for a long time. And how disrespectful of Carlos Alcaraz to celebrate that point. Tongue firmly in cheek. 3-1.
So that's Tom Brady. Okay, I would not have recognized him out of the lineup, especially as I thought it was like a younger Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. I don't know how old Kevin Bacon is these days, and I don't know if he'd be too keen on that. And I'm sure
he's definitely older than Tom Brady. I mean,
Kevin, of course, is a big fan of talking tennis, and I'm sure he's one of the 14 people tuning in right now.
Yeah, and he made his film debut in Friday the 13th, which is a fun fact that Ghosty will surely enjoy.
Okay. I remember the first time I came across him, I think, was in JFK.
Actually, maybe it wasn't his debut, but it was definitely at the very beginning of his career.
Friday the 13th, I think, would predate JFK. So if you find
JFK for sure, yeah. No, he was like 20-ish when he maybe 21, 22, 23 when he played on Friday the 13th, yeah.
Good defense there from Medvedev, but it's not enough. Forehand winner there from Carlos.
Grigor Dimitrov dated some incredible women indeed.
I don't know where that came from, but I mean, I just see it from Max. Yeah.
Chat, yeah. Kevin Bacon's brother, Chris P. I don't know. Oh Jesus, that was. I walked into that one, I suppose, but I mean, Jesus. Did you get it, John?
Chris P. Bacon, no. Oh, okay. Yeah. Is that Max saying that?
No, it's Keen.
It's Keen, is it? Okay. Nice one, Carlos, as well. 30 loving. It's a third forehand sort of down the line. Not a winner on that occasion because Medvedev got his racket on it, but a winner in all but name. There's quite a lot of very cool stories about who nearly could have and should have played certain roles for certain films. I heard, I watched an interview with Quentin Tarantino recently about trying to get people for certain roles in Pulp Fiction. Of course, Pulp Fiction, is that Return Landed In? No, it's gone out for you. Quentin Tarantino, by the time of Pulp Fiction, was beginning to establish himself. I think it's post Reservoir Dogs, of course, but still, he's not Bruce Willis in the power rankings, if you like, of Hollywood. And Bruce Willis was not keen on playing Butch, I think was the name of the role he played, wasn't it, in that Pulp Fiction? And he wanted to play. I think he wanted to play the role of that John Travolta had, and
Vincent Vega.
Yeah, it took a bit of persuasion. The other thing as well was that Quentin was dead set on John Travolta for that role, but other powers that be, probably purse strings holders, if you like, were like, no, we don't want this guy who's really not done much apart from Look Who's Talking 2 in the last decade or so, and also is not like this super aggressive kind of guy or super bad guy, if you like. I mean, you know what I mean. I mean, I know there's a good guy element to both of them in the way, but that's how it's written. But Tarantino stuck to his guns. There's lots of other stories I've done. I've written a few obituaries over the last 2 years in my day job, and it's like, oh, okay, how funny how Robert Redford wasn't the original for X film, or somebody else was. Alcaraz holds, by the way. There's quite a few stories like that of people turning down film roles, etc., etc., etc.
Is Lisa Ann actually playing in regular movies right now? I don't know that.
I'm sorry, I have no idea who Lisa Ann is. Despite
that's good. That's good. She's I mean, she's one of the most famous porn stars in the world, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Should look up her earlier work. That's funny. Keen's on fire right now. Keen, by the way, you didn't respond to my question about where you're from exactly.
Ireland. He's from Ireland.
That's not exactly, Damien.
That's not exactly, okay.
It's like, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Luxembourg. Yeah, well, whereabouts in Luxembourg? Luxembourg City. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thanks. Let's move on.
If we have any Luxembourg watchers, they just left.
I don't think that's too bad. I don't think that if they're offended at that, then they're going to be
that's
far
true.
more offended at other
They probably left an hour ago.
Yeah. Ooh, Keen on the border, basically. Actually, it's nice that you did give me that context, because actually I wouldn't have known Louth in isolation. Yes. Ireland. I'm surprised that Ghosty hasn't shared some thoughts on Ireland. That's a hot potato, of course. And I'm pretty sure I know where Keen lies as well. On that. When it comes to these issues, and I'm not going to go too deep in it right now because I want to watch Alcaraz and see if he can fight his way back. But I always side with the little guy. So the big guy's got to show me a very, very good case for behaving in X, Y, or Z.
Is that an analogy to Alcaraz and Medvedev?
No. But in geopolitics, if big country is invading little country, they've got to, just like the playground. If big kid in the playground is punching little kid in the playground, they've got to come up with a pretty good excuse for doing so. And I don't think I've heard one single good excuse in the entire history of humanity. So that's a tall order. Anyway, a tall order, some might suggest, for Alcaraz right now. However, he's leading 4-1 in this third set. The currency in Northern Ireland, it means that I have to carry 2 hands because I like to play tennis in Northern Ireland, football in the Republic. Also, by the way, Keen, I'm not quite sure. Is calling it the Republic, is that good? I don't know. I'm not. I think once I was told that don't call it the Republic of Ireland. I don't know. We do dip into politics a little bit here on Talking Tennis. We dipped into all sorts last night when we had the pause. Indeed, Terry, indeed. Okay, thanks, Keen. I wasn't quite sure. Punts, or I remember the Irish punt. I mean, that's obviously going back pre-Euro, so that's probably about 20 years. Ghosty here with a random comment of the day. Joan Rivers was brilliant. I never found her that funny, Ghosty. I'm not going to lie. I could easily just sign up and just go, yep, I thought she was amazing too, but...
That's not entirely random because Max said something about it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that comment.
Yeah.
Comments can get missed. That could be directed at our good friend Nerlab.
Yeah, there's just one user who is extremely angry when we miss his question. I
Yeah.
think the others understand.
Yeah, no,
And
go.
today
I
it's-
said it to Ghosty once, and Ghosty said, "No big deal if you miss my comment."
And today has been a pretty chat heavy day as well, which I think is because we have a lot of like usual
Yeah, because probably it's
members,
no busier.
and
It's no busier today. Sorry. It's as busy today as other days in the last couple of days when we've had like 100 people tuning in. And I remember, I think there was a match we had recently, 60 or 70 people were tuning in, and no one was in the chat. I think it was Zheng against Sabalenka, maybe. But oh no, sorry, Zheng again, not Zheng Sabalenka, no, Zheng against Jabeur. But yeah, and also even last night we had 150. I think we were very close to 200 at one point.
It was like 150, and there was also like very similar activity, but that's because we basically have friends and family here in the chat today.
We do.
And yesterday there was some, I mean, there were some random people, but they gave us a bit of subscriptions. So
They did. I need to update the banner, of course.
almost 3K now.
Yeah.
By the end of the slam, you made the prediction. You made the prediction. I trust you. However,
yeah. It's no, I still think so. I think we've just got to put on like 15 a day now, which will be, we've been averaging about 20, 30 a day. We've got to add 26 over the next 2 days.
Less streaming, I don't know.
Two matches. Two matches that should at least equal what we've been doing. One of which will be a 5-setter, I'm sure. Alcaraz being made to work for his serve here, 30 all. I mean, if this goes to a fourth set, we'll probably hit 2,980 by the time I wake up, anyway. Not by the time you wake up, maybe, Damien, because you've got an electrical train.
Yep. I'll just sleep on the train, It will be fine. I do have to pack my things.
How do you do that? How do you do that? Not how do you sleep on Polish trains, because that
no.
almost difficult. I did have a problem.
Alcaraz, he was just born with it.
Yeah.
Unfair,
some people are born with the ability to sleep on Polish trains, but I wasn't, because I once tried to do it on an overnight train from Gdansk to Wrocław, probably about 10 years ago, and failed miserably.
Depends how tired you are, If you are really tired, you're gonna sleep anywhere.
Yeah. We're back at juice.
If you really put your mind to it,
you can achieve anything, indeed.
The Polish dream. The Polish dream is to start sleeping on Polish trains.
The problem with Jeannie Bouchard is she just seems so. Oh no, am I getting confused with who's the Canadian is it Jeannie Bouchard, that Canadian woman?
Yeah, I mean tennis player. Yes,
tennis player. Yeah, who just like calls out people for sort of alleged.
Cheating. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I mean, she's
Yastremska, Hadatmaya, Sharapova. Yeah.
Probably the only person I can think of on the tour, male or female, who would go as far as to say just comes across as really, I don't know, to me, quite unpleasant. This
depends. Like when there was this Yastremska case or Hadatmaya.
I'm not just talking about that. That's one tiny thing, and she deleted it, by the way. So I don't know.
Because someone told her that she was the ITAA and ITF basically said that she bore no fault, and that's why she deleted it. However, with Sharapova, there wasn't a case like that. So
yeah, I don't know, but that's a long way from the reason why I find her less pleasant. Just so many utterances from her. Oh, Alcaraz goes long on the backhand. We're back at deuce. She's the only person I can think of who just I would not want to play doubles with her. That's for sure. Even if I was a really good tennis player. Yeah, Simona Halep. Yeah, it's very messy. I'm starting to lean actually back towards the Simona Halep side just because things are a mess. Things are a mess.
I mean, no matter whether she's guilty or not, she should be like given a chance to, have that trial, have any shot at knowing what's going to happen to her.
Magdalena, that's a good shout, Keen. That's a good shout. What's the issue with this case? Why you have a drugs test, you supposedly test positive. They have 2 samples, albeit of the same thing, if you like, the same moment. So it's not 2 separate samples, if that makes sense. It's a forehand win enough from Alcaraz, and he holds for 5-2. If Alcaraz is fit and firing and confident, then this could definitely go 5. Anyway, that's I just don't quite know what's going on here. What's
well, no one does.
Yeah, I mean, with athletes, you so I Ben Johnson, 100-meter runner, probably only Ghosty and I maybe are familiar with.
I know. I obviously know him. He was the guy who won the 100 meters in Seoul and then was disqualified.
9:79. Yeah, world record as well as it was for a few days.
88, right?
Yeah, 88. Yeah, and 4 days later, tested positive, or well, the result was tested positive, got banned 18 months, I think it was initially. He then tested positive again later on in his career, and I think got a lifetime ban. And very little is known of him since. Actually, I think he tried a stint in American football, but yeah, there's all sorts of things, and I have some sympathy with the guy, but that's a separate point in a way. But the point is that it's done and dusted. I don't quite understand why it's not quite that black and white with Simona Halep, and also other far more recent cases have been also pretty clear cut. And you fail a drugs test, and there you go, ban. You can appeal it, I guess, but you might get a longer ban. Anyway, Terry here is listen. It's not me questioning whether she's guilty or not. I'm almost fine with that. If she's guilty, she's guilty. I'm treating it as a neutral scenario. I'm not here defending her. I just don't quite understand why it's so murky. I think that's the only word I can use. So it's very murky. There's no transparency. So when it keeps getting delayed, it's not like it's getting delayed, and here is us being transparent about why. Here is the
but they're never transparent about this,
Well, that's what we should. This is a drug case scenario. This is science. This should be the most transparent process available.
Fair.
Anyway. Oh, well, tennis. 30 love now on the Medvedev serve.
John, have you seen much of that upcoming player that Keen is mentioning in the chat?
Oh, Lana Rhodes, definitely not. Is that who he wants to play tennis with?
No, it's another porn star. He's just testing you.
Okay. How are you and Keen such experts on this? If there was a round in a pub quiz on this topic, then we'd have to draft you and Keen in. That's for sure.
Yeah, I used to be really good. Yeah, Lana Rhodes is very popular now. She like stopped working in the business after like a year or something, and is basically trying to, just live her life as like an influencer of some sorts.
There's a really good documentary that I've watched recently, I think on Netflix, regarding the porn industry and how, I've got to be careful here with YouTube, but with even just mentioning that word, but which probably tells you something about the world we live in today, but about how sort of very conservative Christian movements tried to sort of come down on it, and yet ultimately the good guy turned out to be the initial bad guy. And I can't elaborate too much on it. I wish I could. I absolutely wish I could, but probably on a different platform. Okay, tennis anyway. What was I saying? Yeah, so we're at 5-3 here. Alcaraz has 15 love. Backhand to backhand. Talking to backhands, maybe we need Lana Rhodes to come out and show us how it's done. Backhand slice. Backhand slice again from Alcaraz, pretty good. A run around forehand from him, but does leave him a bit exposed on the forehand side. Nevertheless, he defends it pretty well. Now it's forehand to forehand. That's not a winner, is it, from Medvedev? Surely not. No, 30 love.
No.
I was pretty sure it wasn't a winner just because Alcaraz didn't swing a racket at it.
It was really, really long. It was not.
Was it?
No, nowhere close. Yeah. But yeah, by this time, I think all of the sort of pre-match talk is sort of worthless right now. I think this matchup has sort of just changed into a long, huge fight. And Alcaraz is, of course, coming out on top in this bout, it seems.
In this round, yeah. Has he picked that one up? I think he has with success. Yes, he has. 40 love. 3 set points, Carlos Alcaraz. And now I think this is going to be... I'm sure he may have physical issues in the next hour or two if we go that long. But fortunately for Carlos, he hasn't just gone 5 sets with Jannik Sinner, 5 sets with... Was it Cilic in the 4th round last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I can't remember his first 3 rounds last year, although I think we spoke about this quite recently.
Sebastian Baez.
Did he drop a set? Did he at all in the first 3 rounds last year?
No.
Did he not? Okay. I'm a Manchester United fan. And you, Keane?
Sebastian Baez, for sure. And then
Keane, I think, is going to be... I don't know. I've got 3 clubs in mind. Spurs, Arsenal, and Liverpool. I'm going to go Spurs, Keane. That's who I think you support. But it's actually the least likely of the 3, perhaps. But there we go. Just a feeling. Reminds me once of a Ferguson team talk ahead of a match against Spurs, where normally sometimes there'd be detail, there'd be rousing speeches and lots of motivation necessary for the players. But one day Ferguson just went in and said, "Lads, it's Spurs," and walked out again. That was his team talk. And of course we beat them because we always beat Spurs, which is a funny Ferguson team talk. But you can read all about that and a lot more in Even the Defeats. Anyway, forehand return from Medvedev. Backhand here. Backhand slice from Alcaraz is into the net. So it's 2 set points gone. So I was probably assuming, Keane, that you had a Premier League team. Dundalk, yeah? I know who Dundalk are. Yeah.
If you were to write a sequel to Even the Defeats, would it be Even the Wins?
And it could document the last 11 years where there was an occasional sunshine.
Yes.
Where most of the time was cloud. Yeah. That's quite funny, actually. Keane, by the way, I do want to. I was boasting there about the book and doing a plug, but I actually do want to tell Keane that I actually wrote a book on Manchester United because most of what we've just been chatting about will be lost. Hey, listen, Alcaraz has just got the 3rd set. Has just got the 3rd set. Now that woman, I don't know who she is. Who they keep showing. Who's listening to US Open radio whilst having a hat on and stuff. I must say, listen, no beef with it, just whatever, but you'll never catch me listening to that commentary that they will have on that's that's offered, obviously, pretty much to everyone. I think it's offered to everyone, just as long as you got an entry, they'll offer you like the opportunity to listen to.
Why not?
I'm there on centre court. I don't need
Mm.
some commentary, really, and I probably can't hear it anyway. And I'm someone who will watch a football match with the sound turned down. And yeah, I'm here on Talking Tennis offering commentary, I know, and that's fine. I've got no problem with people not tuning into us, Dane. You know, if someone says to me, like I was just thinking earlier, Ghibli often appears at the end of matches, okay, occasionally during, but he appeared in the last 24, 48 hours right at the end of the match, and there was like a 5-minute thing, but we were just shutting down because it was quite late. And I was just thinking of him a little while ago, going, hey, why aren't you here now, Ghibli? And I was thinking, do you know what? Ghibli's thinking, F you, I just want to watch the match. I'll tune in at the end to have a chat with you guys for sure. But
I respect that, and Ghibli is knowledgeable.
Yeah. Of course, you have no problem. Oh, okay. Hang on a second. So he's asking about, does Horncastle follow me? Does he? Does Horncastle follow me on Twitter? I know Honigstein does. Honigstein and I have interacted a bit.
Is it like, you know, Ben Roddenberg of?
This is the
football.
There is no tennis equivalent, because football journalists, to varying degrees, are between excellent and not great. Tennis journalism generally is probably a little bit below the precipice, or the threshold of good, if you like. There's almost like actually the journalism actually represents fans in a way. And again, it's just how the sport has evolved. But 80% of people in the stadium probably don't know that Medvedev has traditionally been pretty average on clay, but did win Rome this year, and everyone's kind of thinking, well, how did that happen? That's 80% of fans will not understand that, and that's fine. But also 80% of journalists maybe too. But Keane is referencing a couple of sports journalists or football journalists who I'm familiar with. I didn't know Horncastle followed me, though. Maybe he does. I know Honigstein definitely does, because we've interacted. In fact, I think I got a couple of lines out of him for my book, Even the Defeats, how Sir Alex Ferguson used defeats to inspire victories. But Horncastle, I didn't know he followed. He may do. That's not me being cool. Just check. You're talking about my individual account, not Talking Tennis, I'm pretty sure. My day job is working for, yeah, that would be funny if these two football journalists followed my, I try to not tweet about football on Talking Tennis, but occasionally I get confused between the accounts, and I might retweet something, or I'll tweet something football related. Anyway, tangents and all that. Now checking to see if Horncastle, I don't think he does, but
Fabrizio Romano is like Jose Morgado, right? So.
Say again?
Fabrizio Romano is like
yeah.
Because you said there's no equivalence, and I was like,
yeah.
Well, it's not exactly the same, because basically in tennis there's no insider info in tennis, but in just, you know, sitting down and basically tweeting about anything there is. And
Keen, I'm looking at James Horncastle's account right now, and he doesn't follow me. Honigstein, yes, but James Horncastle, unless he follows Talking Tennis, yeah.
And that's also actually a connection between them, if you're saying that Fabrizio is a fraud. So
yeah, they're just, yeah, they just found a niche, and
I saw some pretty good info regarding Morgado buying followers when he was starting out.
Really?
You know, I did not pull that up. I just got it from someone.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he did that. I saw some info which looked pretty reasonable. And sort of suggested that he bought like 14,000-20,000, something like that, maybe.
Yeah, but I see the Keane is I see the Keane and Damien linked to Fabrizio there. Keane, yeah, get my hopes up. Yeah, you did. You got me all pumped. to think that James Horncastle was something. But there is somebody of that ilk as well. Oh, I tell you who might follow me. The guy, the tactics guy. We've chatted a few times on Twitter and in private message. And well, anyway, listen. Put all our phones down and chill out for a moment. Nerland follows me on Twitter. So I mean, listen, who needs Horncastle or Honigstein or even Joe Biden or somebody else?
Who's the tactics
zonal
guy?
marking. Michael Cox. I think he follows me, Keen. I'm going to check.
That's the guy who wrote the book on how is it called? The Mixer. I read that. I borrowed it. I borrowed it from a friend, so
he did write the Mixer.
Familiar with it.
He's gone on from there. Actually, he doesn't follow me, but we have chatted. So anyway, all these potential followers, and in fact, he gets an acknowledgement in my book because he helped me a bit. Actually, I can put this I can share this on the screen. We are on a break, by the way, people. I know I'm indulging somewhat here, but
we are forcing you to. Like, it wasn't your decision.
Yeah, but I am enjoying it though as well, Daniil.
Sort of. Yeah. Sort of wasn't your decision. Yeah, the Mixer. I read that. It was pretty cool. A friend of mine is like a huge Premier League fan. He's a Chelsea guy, and he borrowed that book to me.
Yeah, I like Michael Cox a lot. He's very dry as well, and
yes,
when he's speaking,
and in the book as well, like he is very analytical and dry, and I like that.
Yeah, but also quite funny sometimes. Like
if I ever write a book, it's
maybe not in writing, but honestly, like in terms of when I hear him on podcasts and stuff, can be quite funny. Yeah.
All right, we're back playing the tennis.
Yeah, we are. 15 love for Daniil Medvedev on his serve right now. I wonder how.
Keen, you cannot be a big football fan if you only watch one match a year or something like that. I borrowed the book and I read it, yes, because I was really interested in football back in like 2006, 2007. So there was a lot of info relating to that, and like some of the players that are nostalgic to me. Like I remember there was a huge chapter, I think, on Claude Makélélé, for example. So these are the players that I grew up watching, right? So on them I could read, but if there was the Mixer, like current day, the Mixer relating to current Premier League, I don't think I would really enjoy that. No.
Look at Keen being all hipster there with the St. Pauli thing. I lived in Hamburg for a year, Keen, by the way. And there's also an interesting Ruud van Nistelrooy at Oxford University, weirdly enough, question and answer thing where he's asked about playing for Hamburg and all that stuff. But check that out. And there's me just sharing Michael Cox, who gets a reference in my book. But of course, almost nobody is here for that, but they are here for this.
Jamie appears on the channel, right?
Jamie, yeah. Why? Oh, is he in the reference as well?
Yeah, I just saw his name there.
Yeah, he helped me.
I was scanning through the names, to see if there was anyone else I recognized. And
yeah. I'm just gonna have a quick look at that again now. Well, you read that pretty quick. Yeah, Jamie. Yeah. Right. There's a Turkish guy there helped me with some translation as well. I mean, some of them were just
not Nurlan. Not Nurlan.
No, not Nurlan. Yeah. The two big ones. The two big people I had were two former assistants of Ferguson's, Archie Knox, who was late 80s, early 90s, so quite a way back. We had a good 20-minute phone call, and a guy called René Mullenstein, a Dutch guy who did the forward and plenty of other stuff for me as well. Alcaraz 15 love on his serve. Let's see how this pans out. Which guy is going to maybe suffer defeat and have to learn from it at the end of it? Let's find out. This is a pretty cool rally. No, I thought it was a drop shot from Alcaraz. It wasn't a drop shot, just a forehand slice. Now it's a drop shot from Medvedev. Has that landed in? Oh, it has, but what a pass there from Medvedev.
easily in as well. It wasn't really that close.
Yeah.
That's the same drop shot that Medvedev went for the first game of the match, basically. But this time it was like normal execution.
Okay.
And yeah, the pass, pretty sensational, not gonna lie. That's the longest rally of the match right now at 24 shots. I'm still convinced though that one rally in the first set was longer than they said it was. But I do realize that I'm really bad at guessing how long the
because
rally
you were
was.
suggesting 30 and it was 13.
Yeah, that was shocking. But honestly, when sometimes there's a long rally, in a challenger match, and I decide, oh, that might be worth clipping, and yeah, I make the video, and then I count it, and it's like 15 or something. It happens. I also remember telling someone that, like at some point, that I played a match, and we were playing like 40 shot rallies constantly, which probably was not true, but that's how it felt. For it turns out that my counting regarding how long a rally is just awful.
So it seems, Damien. It's a chink in your armor.
Yeah.
Your Achilles heel. Forehand for Carlos here. Forehand for Daniil. Has that gone long from Daniil? No, it hasn't. Must have been pretty close to the line. Low net clearance there from both players, actually. Now it's a forehand sort of slice from Carlos. Don't see that so often. And it's Daniil Medvedev who goes wide. A little bit under pressure there anyway during the rally. And Carlos holds to 15.
Well, yeah, as I sort of stated earlier, I think this is really around the time where like all the pre-match talk has very little importance anymore.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just such a tough match for Alcaraz from now on, and he really has to grind for it. If he will, it's going to be really a champion win, 100%. But I also kind of worry for Medvedev if he's going to lose this.
You mean how it might be another tough one for him? Not quite Australian Open levels, but
still, like getting 2 sets to love up, sort of showing that he still has something to say in a ridiculously tough matchup for him in recent times, and then blowing it all.
And a double fault here in this third game to begin it. Yeah. But maybe bigger picture Medvedev, if it's possible, which will be very difficult for him in the next 48, 72 hours. But bigger picture is that the position where he is right now is significantly better than where he was when he lost to Sebi Korda. Sebi Korda, check, mention every 20 minutes, where he was then.
So, I mean, he's already had a good year, whatever happens. It's just that he so far did not come close to winning a slam.
No.
But he might.
Yeah.
He basically had a disappointing exit, I guess. Well, 2 disappointing exits. Well, no, just 1 disappointing exit, sorry. Because Korda, I think, was fine. More or less.
No.
For the tennis that Korda was playing in January and for the tennis that Medvedev was playing in January, I think it was fine. But then again,
like
Seibold,
didn't it feel like another low for Medvedev at that point?
I don't know. Everyone was expecting that before the event.
Yeah, they were. But that also told us where we were at with Daniil Medvedev right then. And
yeah. Keen, if this is a long 5-setter, Alcaraz wins, will it impact your prediction for the final match, guys? Yeah, it could shift it into Djokovic's favor for me, because I was going Alcaraz almost 100%. Well, almost 100%. I mean, if today's matches did not change anything, I was going Alcaraz. Right now, long 5-setter, and I'm actually gonna have to think about it, because even though I was really certain about going Alcaraz rather than Djokovic, I definitely still felt like it was 52-48 or whatever. So yeah, the margins are super slim. So
and I'm not going wow because of
yeah, I
Daniil's
know.
I know you know, but yeah. It's just wow, not because it's the most. It's just weird in a way. Wow,
Yeah.
it wasn't incredible. Like, I mean, you could maybe see that in a club, but you'd still be going, wow, I haven't seen that before. Anyway, it is what it is. 15-40. Medvedev here on the forehand. Alcaraz, pretty good defense. Alcaraz on the slice. Now Alcaraz has a chance, but he goes for the lob. I didn't expect that. And it's gone long, has it?
Yep.
I think it has. Yeah. Thought he was going to go for the clear sort of cross-court passing shot there. That seemed the more obvious choice to me, because Daniil's position on the court was kind of prone and open to that passing shot. And I don't think it would have taken the best passing shot in the world to have executed. Anyway, who am I to tell Carlos Alcaraz about shot selection? Even retrospectively, 30-40. An Alcaraz break here. And we are in very interesting territory. Okay. Oh, Daniil Medvedev is very happy with that unreturned. I don't know quite why he's asking for the crowd to celebrate it, but whatever. We are now at deuce. Ooh, Daniil, you lucky boy with that net cord. But it doesn't matter. Advantage Alcaraz.
Yeah, lucky or unlucky. I mean, it did not put him in a great position at the point.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's always difficult with a net cord. I'm probably a subscriber to the you get a net cord one way or another and it lands on the other side of the net. Let's just go with you being lucky, even if it does set up quite nicely for your opponent. And of course, if it had gone perfectly over the net, you may have won the point. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Ooh.
Oh, Alcaraz, what did you do there? Deary me. If that was Ben Shelton earlier, we'd be going, what are you doing, Ben? Which is what I think I did about 10 times today. To be fair, though, Medvedev saves that break point as well. So that's 3 break points saved by Daniil. I'm guessing the gap between Daniil and 1 and 2 is just huge. Like in the rankings.
In terms of what? The rankings? If he won the slam.
I mean, I think he'd probably have to win this and probably every other major tournament for the rest of the year.
You see. Well, if he wins this, he would be about 700, 800 points away from Alcaraz and Djokovic in the ATP race, not in the official rankings. In the official rankings, that gap would be bigger, but of course that doesn't really matter.
He'd have some points to defend, at least in Vienna.
Yeah, but nothing compared to the other two guys.
I mean, yeah, Djokovic will have 250 in Tel Aviv. I think 500 Astana and several hundred in Paris-Bercy. And what does he get for winning?
600.
600. What does he get for winning? Oh, Carlitos. Second serve backhand return into the net. And how big will that hold end up being for Daniil? Because really, a second serve there as well. Alcaraz putting it into the net. And there were chances that at least he was in rallies for at least 1 or 2 of those break points. 3 in all, of course. Anyway, we're at 2-all. It does have a slightly different feel than it did an hour ago, but it also could be a lot worse for Daniil Medvedev, that's for sure.
Yeah, something that you said got me thinking, because it is possible, like, for us to pay a pro and get a tennis lesson from them. So I would love to see a reverse of that. So a pro comes up to us and pays us to have a tennis lesson with him, and we actually get.
When I said something about Carlos, I don't think I should really tell him about shot selection.
Yeah. Like, what if Carlos just came up to you, gave you $200, and forced you to be on the court with him for like an hour? I would love to see that. Like, and then maybe some other, like, a professional coach reviews what you guys did. That would be hilarious. And
what amuses me is the fact that I'd need $200 to enter the court with Carlos Alcaraz.
I mean,
like if he said 150, I'm going, nah, it's all right.
That's fine. I'll find someone else.
Yeah, that's what he'd say, and I know he'd say it. But yeah, I get you. I don't think we're as far away. I think coaching is in tennis in terms of improvement, especially the serve. But I think pretty much every technical element of the game is just so specific and so important. But I think there's other things that we could probably bring to the party.
Yeah, there's a possibility for us to sort of be there and like not even show that we aren't that knowledgeable, because if you just avoid all the technical stuff, you can just sort of go with tennis cliches,
Oh yeah. Well, you can also just midpoint just go stop, Carlos, what are you doing? Think, pressure, point, and then just go, okay, let's go back again, let's do it again. It almost like like in a production of a film. Just come on, and then just go again. And the next one, he hits a winner, and then you go, told you so. There you go, job done. Where's my $200? See you later.
No, I mean, I would only coach Alcaraz for $200 if I got the money before the job, not after the job.
Yeah, I don't think he's backing out. I don't think there's going to be an article in the Sun in a few months from now saying Carlos Alcaraz owes me $200.
Yeah, I think at some point, Ghosty and Keen are talking about lead serves, and I think at some point they will be eliminated. Indeed, we've had it in the next gen. We've had it in the next gen finals. We've had it in the juniors. It's working.
So you just play? Is that what you say? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how the next gen finals operate. That's how juniors operate, and it's working. There's no unnecessary pause.
So the ball, I mean, this doesn't happen so often, to be fair, but the ball hits the net and just trickles over. And
on a serve, it's rare for it to be like this. On a serve, it is rare for it to be like that. Yeah.
Oh, Daniil Medvedev puts his hand to his head there because that was 50-50. I'd say I wouldn't quite go as far as to say that was an opportunity, but it kind of was.
Yeah, and going a step further from that would be to remove the second serve as a whole. But I think that really changes up the meta, so to speak.
And also, I think first stroke, second serve is an interesting dynamic of the sport that I think is really interesting.
Yeah, but it takes time, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know, there's a million things about tennis that's messed up, but most of it is the organizational side of it rather than the rules necessarily. I'm okay with that let one because it's not a crazy one. I wasn't on board with on-court coaching, but to be honest with you, a year later, I'm not that bothered about it as I probably was a year ago.
I wasn't bothered in the first place, but I think by now everyone is just used to it,
Yeah, it's okay. It's not bothered me as much as I thought it might do, actually. Alcaraz puts a forehand in the net and we're now at 40-30. Yeah, it hasn't bothered me as much as I thought. But organization, the WTA final situation is just one of a million things that are just done on the hoof by a bunch of big time Charlies who are paid very and just think that they can just get away with this for as long as they possibly can, and probably will in a sort of FIFA-esque way. Okay, now Medvedev doesn't take it. I thought he had, because he kind of did what he should have done before, albeit that Carlos was a bit closer to the ball. And as a result, Carlos holds serve. But this is the shot that Medvedev, although this is the shot that he could have done just earlier. This time, though, Carlos was much closer to it. But before, Carlos was in no man's land and was never going to get to it. And if he did that shot before, he wins the point and possibly breaks serve. Anyway, I see that the Carlos taping is actually on both thighs now, albeit it's much further down the leg on one. So it's been a topic throughout the US Open about the strapping, but it's actually on both thighs now. Not allowed inside the service boxes before a bounce during the point be funny baseline. I don't know what that, so I'm a bit confused, Keen. Oh, wow, they're just talking between themselves. Maybe that's what it's all about. I don't mind that let thing. I'd like to see it a bit more extensively. I haven't seen it enough, but I'm not anti that. But I'm also fine with two serves.
Did Medvedev just threaten to hit an underarm serve? Was that what he did?
Didn't see it. 40 love, Daniil Medvedev. Sorry, 30-15, double fault. My bad. No, I didn't see that. So is Keen saying, so you're not allowed to stand inside the service box? Is that right? Ooh, 30 all now on the Medvedev. So as the returner, you're not allowed to stand inside the service box. Is that right? Anyway, Medvedev serving 30 all. Forehand return from Carlos is kind of a block return. Carlos is very much on the defensive here. Carlos again defending and didn't quite defend enough. 40-30. Oh, Alfie Hewitt is into the singles final. And Medvedev holds now for 3-2, kind of emphasizing a little bit as well just how those 3 break points in the previous game may well be important. Because now Carlos is under a little bit of pressure again on his serve, 2-3.
Yeah, I don't think that's a serious idea, but I could imagine myself playing, I don't know, a game or two like this with a friend.
Kyrgios is keen on the Djokovic hanging up the phone celebration. So, 2-3. Yeah, the Fabrizio Romano and Jose Morgado, comparison. I get it. I guess if one person maybe defended in that, it probably would be Fabrizio, in that I guess he's building contacts, and it's just a new form of journalism that didn't really exist, or didn't exist definitely. It sort of existed in a different way 34 years ago. It filled the back pages of tabloids. Now it's sort of evolved and it fills Twitter spaces. And I don't mean the audio thing. I just mean the narratives and shaping and stuff. But yeah. What gets me with some of the debate about Djokovic today and in the past is I don't know. You guys your man's won a tennis match in straight sets, and it's the semi-final of Grand Slam. I'd be very happy with that, and that's enough for me. And people can get upset on Twitter as much as they like about how my man celebrated, and it just wouldn't bother me at all. But I don't know. It confuses the hell out of me. I mean, if your favorite player, Damien, whoever that happens to be in the current world of tennis, wins a tennis match, are you really that bothered about people responding to the way he celebrated? I don't care. I'm so happy. When Man United win a football match and the rest of Twitter is going mad about how he celebrated X goal, I don't give a flying proverbial. I'm so happy. I don't care. I don't get involved. But I don't know why you want to. I don't get it. Just don't get it. I'm so overjoyed. Maybe it's because my man, as in Manchester United, are just not winning football matches anymore. That I'm just so pleased when we do. You know, when people are annoyed at us over a penalty or lucky decision or maybe winning it in the last minute. We used to win matches in last minutes under Ferguson all the time, and it was absolutely beautiful. Carlos Alcaraz here has 2 game points at 40-15, 2-3. This service game has been pretty comfortable, which could have been a lot worse, at least thus far anyway. Medvedev will be keen to change that narrative, and he may do so because Alcaraz has just put a forehand wide, so it's 40-30.
Still no 3 points on serve. I thought this one might have been an ace, but yeah, such a rough day, rough match for Alcaraz. He's like consistently getting outplayed, getting nothing out of his serve, and yet he's somehow still in the match.
Backhand return here. Backhand Carlos. Forehand Medvedev. Backhand slice from Carlos. Forehand Medvedev. Backhand now from Carlos is a double-handed backhand. Change of direction from Medi, but change of pace from Alcaraz. Albeit we're still fairly neutral, but each player is probably trying to change that dynamic. And Carlos is the eventual person who tried to change it the most, but actually went long and wide and wild. So it's deuce. And so now again, I'm just reminded of those 3 break points he had 2 or 3 games ago and just how costly that may turn out to be, particularly if Daniil breaks here, but obviously a couple of big points to come. Keen, you can drink and do the darts. I mean, in fact, they kind of do go hand in hand. For those of you tuning in, do check out Not the 9 o'clock news darts. It's a very funny clip, kind of crystallizing what I was just saying about drinking and darts. Anyway, backhand return here for Medvedev, forehand for Carlos, backhand Daniil, backhand. Oh, I thought that backhand was going to be a little low, and it was into the net, and we have a break point for Daniil Medvedev. As he crouched down for that. I did kind of fear the worst. Carlitos. It's the first break point of this set for Medvedev. It feels like a long time since he had a break point as well, actually. But anyway, whatever. Backhand return here. Carlos comes into the net, does the serve volley, and does it to great effect. Deuce, to the relief of his father in particular. And I can see his brother biting his nails.
Yeah, the 90% strategy still being 90% basically. But
as in, like, you know what? If there's a moment of trouble, let's do that, and then
yeah.
I'll win 90% of those points.
Although basically nothing else has been easy for Carlos in this match.
And even that is occasionally heard. I mean, a couple of times, maybe a hesitant approach and maybe a good return from Medvedev as well.
Keen probably just playing darts at home with Dreeks. So combining the best elements of a possible date, which is alcohol, the actual date itself, the woman, and also the competitive factor, the competitive element to it, in which I completely trashed the woman.
No prisoners. Good backhand there from Medvedev's saves game point, and we're back at deuce. A really good backhand down the line. Actually, sort of felt like a different player just as that came off his racket. Not having a go at Medvedev there, I just don't know. Just felt, although it was nicely executed. And Alcaraz did his absolute utmost to get a racket on it and a healthy racket on it, but didn't do so. I don't know. Is Owen Lewis a traditionalist in terms of tennis rules? Maybe he is. I haven't thought about it.
I've seen Ghosty mention him a few times already in terms of being a traditionalist, but I'm not sure where it originated.
It could be rules. I don't know. Maybe he's written something about keeping tennis rules the same. I don't know. I don't remember that article. But I'm okay with tweaking things. But there's a in terms of the rules of the games, I'm fine with huge rampant changes to other elements of the sport, calendar and all sorts. But is that a return winner for Medvedev? It is. That's it. That's the thing. That's exactly. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Ghosty, I don't think, is there anybody who disagrees with the scoring system? I mean, that sacrosanct is the wrong word I would use, because I think nothing should be sacrosanct, but it is a thing of beauty. Yeah. And I don't know many people that would think otherwise.
I mean, probably the only thing they could potentially think of changing is maybe just instead of 15-1, instead of 32, instead of 43.
That volley,
like that would not be a meaningful change, and
is you just changing the names, so instead of going
yes, it would not be an actual change, but it would be easier for people to get into the sport.
3-1, yeah, instead of 40-15. But wow, what a volley there! But Ghosty, is anybody really on board with super tiebreaker? Yeah, that's not the scoring system. I think generally is the whole 6-4, 7-5, 7-6.
No, that has to stay. That has
exactly,
to stay.
And same with 40-15, deuce, and all that. So
I mean, it could be a different amount of games.
Yeah, it could be.
I don't want it to be, at least not for now.
Oh, Carlos.
I don't feel like it's needed.
Oh, Daniil Medvedev, deuce. I think Ghosty sort of saying, look, we're at 2 hours 57 and we still don't know who the winner is. But that's that. That's it. I don't know. I'm fine. I think I'm really on board with the fact that Masters, for example, or 1000s are 3 sets and slams are 5. Anyway, yeah. So point systems. I'm with Owen. I don't know if that makes him a traditionalist or not, but when it comes to point systems, I am pretty much with him on that one. Anyway, Medvedev pulling out all the stops right now. He's got it back to deuce as we head towards the 3-hour mark. The reason I would counter or disagree with Ghosty's comment here about traditions, I'm not to be a traditionalist. It's to take the stance due to tradition. I'm not taking that stance due to tradition. I'm taking that stance because I think it's unbelievable, whether it's been in existence for 1 year or 1,000. The back pass rule that changed in football, for example, a traditionalist would not have liked that change because it's not how it was and how it should be and how it always should be. And that's not my viewpoint on the scoring system. My viewpoint on the scoring system is it's just wonderful. I love how you can be 1.1 millimeter from victory and 3 hours later you lose the match. I think it's the beauty of it. I love the 27-minute game that Alcaraz and Djokovic had at Wimbledon because of the scoring system. And I love it because it's so rare. Oh, has he put that volley wide? I think he has. Yeah, deuce. Again, look at this game. I mean, here we go. The beauty of the scoring system. Traditional or otherwise. And there's probably very little. There's very little about tennis in terms of the scoring.
Have me in your prayers, in your thoughts tomorrow, okay?
Have you?
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, sure. You'll be there. You'll be somewhere.
This was supposed to be short.
The thing was, you said I said at the beginning, the first break of serve or the first set. The problem was with that was that Medvedev won the first set.
Yep.
Ghosty, you and I both know that the US Open thus far, in terms of the matches, have sucked. But I don't think that's because of the scoring system. And
only from the fourth round, maybe even quarterfinals onwards.
Even the first week. I don't know. It didn't have Kai Kanepi, Arina Sabalenka. It didn't have
Dominic Stricker beating Stefanos Tsitsipas.
Agree.
Makes up for the whole. That makes up
really?
For the whole event.
That one? Oh well. Ghosty. Yeah. Talking of which, Ghosty. Listen, without this scoring system, we would not have had Mucha and Dimitrov. How about that? Game, set, match. Boom. Let's get back to this one. Deuce. And look at this game. Look at the beauty of this game because of the scoring system and Alcaraz's inability to pull off that volley there. So we've got a break point for Daniil Medvedev. There's been mostly game points here, but we now have a second break point for Daniil Medvedev. They haven't put up how many minutes this game has been lasted, but it must be 12 plus.
I saw it like a few minutes ago and it was 10. So right now it could be
really
12, 13. It's
going to be a first serve, I think, because that bounced over the net. Normally, when it gets to this point, they start showing it at every deuce point, or at least at other tournaments. But anyway, it is what it is. Alcaraz to serve what I believe is still a first serve. Goes out wide, comes in for the volley, and doesn't. Oh, wow. There we go. We have the break of serve, 4-2.
Yeah, Alcaraz serving volleying on like everything now, and regardless of how good the serve is, and that's probably because, well, maybe he is not feeling 100%, who knows, but also he's just struggling to win points in any other way. And this will be one of Medvedev's best ever wins, honestly, if he manages to hold from here.
2 holds away.
And I mean, I have to say this. If he wins today and then flops totally against Djokovic, I'm going to be very angry.
Yeah, because he's just destroyed.
If he ruined the Alcaraz Djokovic final in order to lose in straights on Sunday, that's an offense that should be punishable by, I don't want to say death. That's not even funny. Hanging by the balls or something like that. That's not funny either, but It's 4:30 a.m. I'm struggling to come up with something. However, Daniil Medvedev is also a bit of a savior for me because he is currently making sure that this match will not go all that long, or at least is trying to make that happen.
30 love. 40 love.
So far, there's no comeback attempt, though.
And those 3 break points that Carlos had at 1-2, and then there was that lengthy service game, which the powers that be refused to show me how long it lasted. But it feels like about half a dozen deuces. And eventually Medvedev gets the break. And now he leads 5-2 because he had a very, very comfortable service game. And so I think it was Shri who predicted a Medvedev Djokovic final. I went
but that's because he had Alcaraz losing to Sinner, not because he had Alcaraz losing to Medvedev.
Okay.
So like it doesn't really count. But that's true. Like it's actually true. That's why brackets are useless.
Let's have a quick look at some of the women's predictions to see who would win the title on the women's side. We'll bring those up right now for you just to clarify. Okay, here we go. So we have Jack going for Pegula, 4th round Pegula as we now will call her. Damien, I will only go for Polish women. Kust went for Iga Świątek, and that
on the show I went for Gauff. On the show I went for Gauff.
Changed your mind at the last minute, and that's that.
I didn't.
And then
I didn't change.
John went for Arina Sabalenka. Oh, how about that? How's that working out? Let me just have a quick check to see where Arina Sabalenka is in the draw. Oh, hello. She's only made the final, would you believe? Dropping 1 set en route. How about that? So that's that done. Albeit that my tip of Alcaraz to win the. Got my maths right here? Yes, 2-5. Serving. Forehand return from Medi is pretty good. Backhand from Medi is also pretty good. Carlos on the defense, but it's not bad defense from Carlos. And I think he's won that first point 15 love. Medi pretty much over the last 9 months, 10 months has now guaranteed himself to be a regular slam contender on hard courts. I'm not quite sure if that translates to elsewhere, but yeah, we'll go into Australia and probably New York a year from now, and he'll be a contender because he's just very good on the hard courts. 15 all because Alcaraz goes big on the forehand and it doesn't land in. Yeah, blue clay courts. That was a one-off in Madrid, wasn't it?
Yes. Federer won it, so of course it was the best surface ever, and it should be played on more. Nadal lost to Verdasco, maybe? And Djokovic, who did he lose to?
I think sure. Nadal wasn't a fan. But he's never
No, definitely not.
Well, he's not done that well in Madrid compared to other
that well. Altitude.
Yeah. Alcaraz leading here 30-15. Second serve, though, for Daniil Medvedev to look at. I mean, Medvedev there were some break points in this set, true, 3 of them in one game. But most parts of the match, he's been pretty comfortable on serve. Yep.
It's way over 80% on first serve as well.
Okay.
I mean, winning on first serve, not percentage, of course. And just not giving Carlos anything for free. He made them overuse these serve and volleys out wide, or like not even out wide. And eventually, he looks very likely to win this one.
Yeah, although Alcaraz does look like he's going to force Medvedev to serve this out. I remember actually, funny enough, I think it was 40-15 in that game when he got broken as well. As I was suggesting that it could be a comfortable hold for Carlos, and then it got to 40-30, and I said, okay, this makes things interesting. Carlos goes for the serve and volley, and it works there quite well, and he holds, and he's going to make Daniil Medvedev serve for the match. Yellow clay in Seville, what's that all about?
Yeah, yellow clay in Seville. I hear that it might be the last year when it's there, but
Is
there
it
is
right now they've got yellow clay in Seville?
yeah. Tomorrow there's the final between Carballes Baena and Emery, and not Unai Emery, because we are talking about football. But this guy is obviously French Calvin Emery with an H at the beginning, but it's a homophone of Unai Emery then, because you don't read the H. But yeah, yellow clay in Seville. Albero is the name of the surface. I'm not really sure what the characteristics are, but I hope it stays on the calendar at least for one more year, because I would love to see that in live. And this year I wasn't able to go.
He's gone wide there, Medvedev, hasn't he? Yes, he has. So it's love 15.
Yes, the yellow clay in Seville and also the orange carpet in Ismaning. That's, I think, the two most left field challenger colored. Challenger
Orange carpet
courts.
where? Sorry, where's that?
Ismaning,
Where's that?
near Munich.
Okay, love 15, second serve here. Carlos goes on the backhand return. I thought that second serve was out, but it clearly wasn't. Nevertheless, Medvedev nets, and we're at love 30. And that train to deepest, darkest Poland, from one deepest, darkest Poland to another.
You're having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm far more energized than I was during that Sinner Zverev match.
Oh, yeah, I feel like pretty similar, but I am hoping that in a few minutes I will be able to go to bed.
Yeah. There's light in the tunnel. I mean, there's light because Medvedev has just got his first point of this game, 15-30 after an unreturnable.
Ooh, he's not getting the fourth point of this game though. Approaching the net, he was kind of forced to after the Carlos return, and then he gets passed. Well, he does not technically
I know what you
get
mean,
passed, but
15-40. Not sure I'd have that much confidence about Medvedev suddenly going on a tear, Max, of winning the US Open, Australia, and Wimbledon in the space of 9 months. But anyway, let's just get to the present. 15-40 here. Medvedev, first serve is in, and he should win that point, and he does. That first serve didn't look in to me, but it's probably the speed of it rather than anything else, because I'm sure the accuracy of my eyes is somewhat off compared to the accuracy of the electronic system in place. 30-40. He's got a second break point to save. And to win this match from 15-40 down would also be impressive. Gets a first serve in. Block return from Carlos. Forehand Carlos. Backhand from Medvedev. Forehand Carlos. Medvedev forehand. Oh, Carlos goes wide with that forehand. I mean, I think Medvedev's nerve is pretty good. I know you might look at Australia, but 2022, but I don't know if that was necessarily nerve that it may have escaped him at certain points. But anyway, here we are. First serve down the tee is an unreturnable. And again, we had 15-40 before. Early on in the set, Carlos got another break point during that game, but now we have a match point. And basically one big serve here from Daniil Medvedev, and he's in the US Open final. Must have gone long or wide on that one because it's a second serve. Alcaraz, I think, is going to attack this with all his life. It's a double fault. He went big on the second serve, fearing maybe that sort of attack from Carlos, because it wasn't a second serve. That was not a second serve. That was two first serves. Were at deuce. And that first serve was wild. Go on, Damien.
No, I just want to say, because I found this pretty interesting. Medvedev has 9 aces and now 10 double faults because he just commits another one. And Alcaraz has 0 aces and 0 double faults.
And I guess Medvedev is responding to the crowd because they're obviously very happy with that double fault, and he's stuck his thumbs up to the crowd to say, yeah, cheer my double faults.
It's very rare to see an over 3-hour match where you have 0 aces and 0 double faults.
So Alcaraz 0 aces, 0 double faults. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, me by this mark, I would probably have like 5 double faults at least, and even with my crappy serve, I still would probably hit like 1 ace. I tend to laugh that I have this 1 ace every single time I play tennis. It's literally always 1. It's never 3, it's never 2, it's always 1.
I very rarely hit aces. But I also don't hit double faults that often. But my second serve makes Zverev's second serve look like a thunderbolt. Anyway, deuce here because Medvedev did hold that or save that break point.
Do you have the Eeps?
No, not yet. The forehand from Alcaraz into the net there. No, I don't think so. Not yet, anyway.
I do feel like the movement from Carlos, just setting up for these forehands, backhands, I don't feel like it's 100%. But maybe that's something that we're going to know a lot later.
Match point number 2. Good play from Medvedev. Alcaraz forehand. Medvedev backhand. Good depth there from Medvedev. Oof, this is nervy times now. Alcaraz changing direction. How the hell is your heart not beating 1,000,000 miles an hour right now? What a shot from Alcaraz, but it's not enough because great defense from Medvedev. Good defense again from Medvedev. And the volley from Alcaraz. And we're back to deuce. Ghosty, shall we change the scoring system? Shall we change that scoring system? Maybe Damien would be quite happy with the scoring system change right now and just say next point's the winner. We used to do that at school, like at football. It'd be like, you'd be like 10, you'd be losing 10-2, but you just go, no, time, it's getting dark.
Yeah.
Next ball's the winner. Anyway, juice.
But if you won like that, it didn't feel like a true victory.
No, well, not really, but yeah. Forehand return there from Carlos is pretty good, but Medvedev has dealt with it pretty well. Now they're on the slices. There hasn't been a lot of slices today, bearing in mind that used to be a thing against Medvedev, and now we have advantage Medvedev again, a match point because Alcaraz goes long. Match point number 3 here, Daniil Medvedev for a place in the US Open final.
Oh.
Forehand return, Medvedev there. Backhand from Carlos, backhand into the net for Medvedev. So we're back to deuce.
He had a huge chance there. Either following up that forehand to the net, that was easily doable. And then, of course, the backhand down the line as well, which wasn't really close to getting it at all.
8 minutes now for this game. And we're going to be at least another minute because we've got 2 more points to go at the very least. Good serve there from Medvedev. And the backhand winner was pretty comfortable in the end.
And now he can do that. But on the match point, it gets significantly trickier.
Yeah, right. I'm going to take over the commentary for here because I know Damien's a few seconds ahead of me. So Medvedev here goes into the first serve. Alcaraz gets it back somehow. But that's it, I think. Not yet. It is now. Daniil Medvedev beats Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets. Gesticulates to the crowd. And we're not going to get that Carlos Alcaraz Novak Djokovic final. And Alcaraz has relinquished his crown. We're not going to get a US Open men's singles winner back-to-back again.
I think the best US Open final right now might be actually boys singles.
Are you fearing the worst about Novak Medvedev then?
No. I actually think it's going to be good. I hope it is. I hope it's going to be good. I think Medvedev has every chance of making this close. But I just had to point out that Fonseca team, like that's what you should be watching, guys, tomorrow. And of course, that's Medvedev Djokovic. That's not tomorrow. But yeah, what a way to show that this actually is a winnable matchup, that he can play against Alcaraz. Perhaps it wasn't the greatest Carlos performance. He was not serving well. His forehand had no firepower. It produced 5 winners throughout the match probably. And but yeah, still the serve and volleying out wide was still a 90% tactic, as we said. It's just that he made them overplay it. He made them work so hard for the baseline points. Actually, struggle to hit through him, that Alcaraz was forced to sort of start doing it too often, start doing it every now and then. Stop doing it every now and then and just start approaching the net on almost every single point in that 2-3 break game. Yeah, 2-3 in the fourth, which did not end up well for him, of course.
Keen, thank you as well. Been great having you on board. Average NBA games 2 hours. Are you a big NBA fan, Ghosty? I didn't know that, but that's cool. Personally, I'm not my thing, but nothing wrong with people who enjoy NBA. It just seems to be a lot of end-to-end goal stuff. But different sports, different boats. Possibly if I grew up in a different environment. In fact, not possibly, almost certainly I would be into NBA and less maybe into tennis. But we are here to talk tennis. However, it is 4:43 in the morning in deepest, darkest Poland. It's 3:43 in dark Lisbon. And therefore, I think we will bring this to an end because Damien has an early train.
I should get 4 hours of sleep, so
I'm almost out of wine anyway. I love the asterisk there, Ghosty, as well. That's funny. And of course, thank you to Nerlan as well. That word always makes me laugh, really. Anyway, yeah, it brings a smile. And long live that word. I do hope it doesn't get eliminated entirely from the lexicon, because I think maybe some people would like that, but fingers crossed that lasts a bit longer. Maybe it'll last as long as the tennis match. Who knows? Damien can head off to his challenger tomorrow, and I know that we're going to bring the women's final tomorrow with Nick and Tom. We'll be bringing the women's final, and we will be back again on Sunday, of course, for the men's final, which will be Novak Djokovic against Daniil Medvedev. Thank you, Tennis World, for stopping by, and you know the drill.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.